Sudah koneksi ya ke YouTube ya. Coba kamu lihat ya. Itu ada aku kirim di apa namanya? Di chat ya.
Iya, oke.
Oke, yuk.
Udah. Oke. Siap, Mas. Iya. Udah aku cek juga udah bisa. Eh, teman-teman yang di sana yang udah aku jadiin co-host, minta tolong di-admit ya, siapa yang mau di-admit.
Hello, Mark.
Hi, crew.
How are you?
I'm good.
Okay,
How are you?
I'm fine. Long time no see.
Yeah.
So you are now in the campus or at the campus or?
I'm in the campus right now because my Wi-Fi, something's wrong with my
Okay.
Wi-Fi.
Yeah. In
Good
which
to see
campus you are
again.
right now?
I'm in Hiroshima University.
Hiroshima University. Okay,
Yeah.
good. Hopefully, I can visit Japan.
Yeah. Please visit me.
Okay, thank you for being the speaker of our conference today.
Sure.
Because I have like another activities to be the speaker at another conference. That's why maybe the other committee will contact you and also will keep contact with you during the conference activities.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you won't be here the whole time?
Hopefully, but I think I have to leave for several times, but I will be back in the end of the meeting, in the end of the conference.
Sure. No problem.
On the information that you are the third speaker who will conduct your presentation. I mean, what time is it now at Japan? In Japan?
Today, right now it's around almost 11, 10:51.
Okay.
I think we are 2 hours ahead of Indonesia.
Yeah. Di sini mungkin I speak Indonesia.
It's okay.
Di sini mungkin yang di Jepang Mbak Nisa juga ya, Mbak Nisa. Halo, Mbak Nisa.
Halo Ikram.
Sehat-sehat ya Mbak.
Hai, alhamdulillah. Hi everyone.
Terima kasih banyak Mbak Nisa udah direpotin terus nih.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Hi, morning.
Good morning.
Oke. Jadi Mbak Nisa pukul 11 juga di sana ya? sekarang?
Yes, it's I mean it's 2:10 a.m.
Oh, okay.
So it's still morning, I guess.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, it's only 2 hours. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe Mark, if you have like some sort of questions, please let me know right now. If you have like maybe edit questions for the presentations or maybe the discussion session.
Okay, yeah. So maybe a few questions. I sent you my presentation.
Yeah.
That was five slides.
Okay.
So do you think it's all right? I think I
Yeah.
tried my best to align to the theme of the workshop.
Yeah, of course. I have seen your presentations and I have sent to my team and it's all right. And yeah, that was
Okay.
nice. That is very nice presentation slide.
Thank you. So am I supposed to answer questions right after the presentation?
Sorry?
Am I supposed to entertain or answer questions right after the presentation?
Yeah, you are the third presenter, and after all presenters conduct their presentations, it will be like around 20 minutes to answer the questions, all questions. And no, not 20 minutes, but it's around 1 hour to
Okay.
answer all questions, but it will be divided by all speakers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because
So could
I
you present all, could you enter the whole meeting today, or maybe
it's just that I don't have a socket to plug my laptop here, so I don't know how. I only have what I have 1 hour remaining for my.
oh yeah,
So I probably need to plug somewhere and look for Wi-Fi.
yeah, hopefully you find.
Yeah.
Okay.
So right after my presentation, there's another presentation, right? So the question and answer will uh, happen at what time, right? At
Your presentation
11
will
there.
be in
That's going to be 11 a.m. there, right?
your presentation, wait, yeah, 11:55 minutes.
The question and answer.
uh no,
Oh,
the question answers will be conducted after all presenters conduct their
okay.
presentations. Yeah.
Okay. After my presentation, I'll just try to come back because I need to charge my laptop.
That's okay. That's okay. If you finish your presentations, you could sign out for a
Okay.
while, and
Yeah.
that's why. But you have to
I'll be back right away.
sign in. Yeah. You have to
Yeah.
be back
Okay.
after that.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mark.
Sure. Thank you.
And Pak Ujang, Mas. Halo, Mas Prihadi. Halo, Mas Adi. Imam udah siap ya, Mam?
Halo Mas Ikram, selamat pagi. Alhamdulillah,
Pagi.
udah siap.
Oke, siap. Hmm. Jutmawa ini ya?
Betul Mas.
Oke. Panitia boleh diubah namanya kali ya? Pak Ujang. Assalamualaikum. Sehat-sehat, Pak. Masih mute, Pak.
Gimana sehat, Mas?
Sehat, alhamdulillah. Lama nggak ke ini, Pak?
Iya, nggak ketemu biasa nih.
Sibuk
Sekarang mah
banget
PPKM terus.
Ini di kampus Sukabumi atau di...
Di rumah sekarang mah. Karena
Oh, begitu.
biasa masih krom. Udah deadline biasa ini sekolah, jadi udah hampir 2 bulan.
Begitu ya.
Cuti dulu.
Siap, siap.
Malu, mahasiswa kadal.
Lancar-lancar ya, Pak.
Alhamdulillah, Mas. Ayo, seminarnya lancar ya.
Siap, makasih banyak, Bapak.
Izin dulu ya, bentar.
Siap,
Mau ke
siap.
bentar.
Pak Zulhamsyah juga sudah masuk. Selamat pagi, Bapak. Assalamualaikum, Pak.
Salam.
Terima kasih, Pak, sudah hadir dan sudah berkenan nanti membuka acara ini dan juga menjadi keynote speaker.
Sama-sama.
Halo, Mas Adi.
Assalamualaikum, Mas.
Waalaikumsalam, Mas Adi. Sehat-sehat, Mas?
Alhamdulillah sehat. Sehat-sehat semua juga di sana ya.
Terima kasih, Mas. Ini posisi di mana, Mas? Jakarta atau di mana nih?
Di Jakarta nih, kebetulan lagi di kantor.
Oh, begitu. Baik, baik. Nanti Mas Adi di presenter yang keempat ya, Mas?
Kenapa?
Nanti Mas Adi di presenter yang keempat. Presentasinya keempat.
Oke, di jadwal 10.30 itu?
Iya, 10.30 benar.
Oke, ya sudah. Oke.
Terima kasih, Mas. Mari.
Sama-sama, Mas.
Halo, Mbak Mada.
Ya, halo.
Ya.
Mbak Mada, kemudian Mbak Ciki.
Ya.
Terima kasih banyak, Mbak, sudah hadir lebih awal. Ini info dari Mas Mohanif. Kebetulan Mas Mohanif agak terbata-bata ya kalau pakai bahasa isyarat. Jadi nanti disesuaikan aja gitu.
Is it okay? It will be nice, yeah. We can see, really diverse of us. Some can speak China, can be. Some can speak bahasa, and also some can use their body language, yeah. I think everybody can understand what they will say, yeah.
Of course, Pak. Insya Allah.
Of course. You also already attends the presenter from the Philippines?
Yes, of course. My friend Mark De La Paz will be the presenter. Will be one of the presenters of the panel session. Yes.
Yeah. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Good morning. Hello. Good morning,
Manuel.
It's nice to meet you.
How was in Philippines? Which area you stay in Philippines?
Right now I'm in Japan.
You're in Japan. Which part?
In Hiroshima.
Oh, nice to meet Hiroshima. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Which area in Hiroshima? Saijo or maybe?
Yes, in Saijo.
In Saijo.
Hiroshima University.
I study in Hiroshima University.
Oh, we're schoolmates.
Yeah. Which faculties you are in Hiroshima University?
I'm in Faculty of Integrated Sciences for Life. Integrated Sciences for Life.
Oh, yeah.
It's like a new faculty for biology.
Biology. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I know that just a few information about Hiroshima University. How about weather? No, it's hot or?
Right now it's really hot, very hot.
Really hot, yeah. Because of the summer, right?
It's summer right now, and it's only my second week here in in Hiroshima.
Summer and holiday, yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
But
Today is
yeah,
holiday.
but you still stay in the university, right? Because Sensei always coming into university, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Well, actually, he's okay with me being out during the holiday, but right now I have to be here because I don't have Wi-Fi yet.
Yeah, walk from home.
Yes, it's very near.
Near. Oh, bicycle going to school,
bicycle.
going to
Yes.
university. Okay,
Around 5 minutes of
From
bicycle.
campus, right?
5 minutes is really short. Homes, yeah, from university.
Sorry,
You
what?
stay at Apato?
Yeah, right now I'm in the international house, so it's just
International house also.
5
Why?
minutes.
So close.
Yeah,
5
very
minutes,
close. Yeah.
Pretty close. Yeah.
But I have to transfer in probably 6 months.
You know that Dr. Hernan Rustiadi come from. He studied in Kyoto University. You can.
Okay.
You can. Say hello to Mr.
Hello.
Dr. Hernan.
Hello,
Hello,
Dr.
Dr.
Hernan.
Hernan.
Good morning.
Hello, good
Nice to meet
morning,
you.
everyone.
Selamat pagi.
Selamat pagi.
Pak Zulham, Pak Ernan, mohon izin kita akan segera mulai.
Okay.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start, and we would like to invite all participants here, and the MC of the event and also the moderator of the event will be in charge today. Thank you for being here. Oke, panitia silahkan. Musiknya semuanya dipersilahkan.
Mau foto dulu, foto.
Sekitar kita apa terasa indah, panjang dari itu ulah siapa. Lihat sekeliling kita,
Gambarnya tulisan
bersih merawat kita telah diberikan, tapi tak mau menjaga. Hewan-hewan punah, tiada lagi hutan, habitat asli mereka telah dihancurkan semua. Alam yang kita tempati ini, jagalah apa yang telah Dia beri, cintai dan lindungi alam yang indah ini, milik kita alam Indonesia. Hei kawan, lihatlah lingkungan kita semua, macam ragamnya. Ada berbagai warna di mana-mana, namun tak semua itu indah. Itu sampah, itu penebang liar semua, tampak mengerikan. Jangan sampai kita menutup mata, karena ini bumi kita. Yo semua, mulai reboisasi, jaga habitat di hutan, terapkan tepi sungai kita, terlihat kakao api membara, membakar hutan-hutan kita. Di mana letak sadar manusia, kapankah mata kita akan terbuka? Padamkan api, jangan bakar hutan kami. Jagalah hutan, buat bumi hijau kembali. Bersihkan sampah, jernihkan sungai kami untuk negeri bersih dan bebas polusi. Di mana letak sadar manusia, kapankah mata kita akan terbuka? Padamkan api, jangan bakar hutan kami. Jagalah hutan, buat bumi hijau kembali. Bersihkan sampah dan jernihkan sungai kami untuk negeri bersih dan bebas polusi. Tengoklah rumah kita, Indonesia yang bagai surga dunia. Hijaunya khatulistiwa, mari jaga sampai nanti. Dinginkan bumi bersama, pulihkan rumah kita. pada alam dan hayati, nikmat yang Tuhan beri. Barat, timur, utara, selatan, terbentang luas keindahannya. Semua
Ladies and gentlemen, the international workshop is going to start. Please be seated. We are informing that all participants should fill in the attendance list given by the committee, and please change the names by format name and institution. We are also informing that all participants' microphones are muted during the speaker session. If you are having any questions, please inform us in the chat box and kindly unmute when the MCs or moderator give you permissions. And for participants who need sign language interpreter, kindly pin the GBA team. Thank you. Honorable, distinguished speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you. Good morning and our very warm welcome to the Honorable Director of CMEO Biotrop, Dr. Zulhamsyah Imran, Deputy Director of Administration of CMEO Biotrop, Dr. Ferdinand, Secretary of Center for Disaster Studies, Dr. Syamsul Bahri Agus, Head Division of Community-Based Disaster Management, Dr. Eva Rahmawati, Knowledge Management Department staff, distinguished speakers, invited guests, and participants. Thank you very much for gathering virtually here, and welcome to the international workshop with the theme of mainstreaming loss and damage among Asean countries. This workshop wouldn't be possible without the help and support by Ministry of Environmental and Forestry, National Agency for Disaster Management, Meteorological, Climatological, and Geophysical Agency, the Indonesian Academy of Science. For the academic side is Faculty of Mathematics and Science of IPB University, the Indonesian Academy of Science, CMEO Biotrop, Indonesian Agricultural Meteorological Association, Agrometeorology Student Association IPB University. And for media partners, Generasi Hijau Indonesia, Kresa.id, Piarea Teknologi Investama, and Sejuta Cita. And organized by the Center for Disaster Studies, the Institute of Research and Community Empowerment of IPB University, and co-organized by Piarea Environment and Technology, Southeast Asian Regional Center for Tropical Biology, CMEO Biotrop. My name is Regina Aprilia Zulfikar as the Master of Ceremony for this international workshop. Honorable, distinguished speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen, the agenda for the international workshop is as follows. After this opening, continued with the opening speech from the head of the Institute of Research and Community Empowerment of IPB University, Dr. Ernan Rustiadi, continued with the keynote speech from Director of CMEO Biotrop, Dr. Zulhamsyah Imran. Then we will have discussion moderated by Imam Nuryaman. This workshop is one of a series of activities to support loss and damage across as part of climate risk management. This workshop focuses on issue of loss and damage due to climate change, especially in the ASEAN region, which aims to increase knowledge, understanding, and awareness of community regarding to the concept of loss and damage in climate change, and mainstreaming the principle of loss and damage in daily life. And continuing to the next agenda, we will have the opening speech of the international workshop. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite the head of Institute of Research and Community Empowerment of IPB University, Dr. Ernan Rustiadi. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Secretary of the Center for Disaster Studies, Dr. Samsul Bahri Agus, and other distinguished participant and speaker, Dr. Julhamzah Imran, Director of Southeast Asian Regional Center for Tropical Biology, Seameo Biotrop, Dr. Ferdinand, Deputy Director of Seameo Biotrop, Bapak Sony Mumbunan, the speaker of this workshop from RCCC University of Indonesia, Mr. Mark De La Paz from Conservation Marine Biologist Bacolod, Philippines, Prihadi Adi from disaster management. He's expert on disaster management from Metro TV. Mahawira Dilon from Indonesia Cara Foundation, and also my colleagues, my dear colleagues, Anissa Hasanah, founder of Econopoly. I think she is in Kyoto now. Right? Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome all participants of this virtual workshop. This workshop has the theme about mainstreaming loss and damage among Asian countries. Many thanks to the Center for Disaster Studies, IPB, for initiating this workshop. Center for Disaster Studies is one of our research center in IPB. In IPB, we have 23 research centers. Some of these research centers are dealing with natural resources, environmental research. Yeah, I think there are about 6 research centers dealing with this environment and natural resources, including Center for Disaster Studies. The center is considered relatively young compared to other research centers in IPB. And I noticed that the Center for Disaster Studies has conducted many activities such as national loss and damage in tropical biodiversity competition. I think this is a competition for the public, yeah, and also a public literacy survey on loss and damage and climate risk management, and podcast for the youth and recognizing loss and damage due to climate change. So I appreciate the Center for Disaster Studies for many activities related with loss and damage in many kind of activities. Ladies and gentlemen, many studies consider that Indonesia and also many other Southeast Asian countries are categorized vulnerable to the adverse effect of the climate change due to the high dense population, and also many countries in this region has a coastal region, and many area of the region are very vulnerable for many kind of disaster. And these Southeast Asian countries has a relatively same characteristic. Yeah, many of the countries are a very high dependence on natural resources and forestry, and as well as agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, just about 2 days ago, we heard from the television, the President of America, Joe Biden, mentioned a report that placed Jakarta as the city with the highest environmental risk in the world, with air pollution, seismic activity, and flooding all not as risks. Joe Biden mentioned that a report from Ferris Maplecroft, which addressed that Jakarta is the most at-risk city out of 414 cities reported. The combination of pollution, decreased supply and clean water, hot air, natural disaster, and risk from climate change put Jakarta at very high risk. This risk will have an impact on people, asset, and business operation. And actually, Jakarta is only one of many cities located in northern part of Java Island, yeah, which most of the city are vulnerable for the impact of climate change. So I think this experience is not specific Indonesian experience. I believe that this type of risk also experiencing by many regions and cities in other Southeast Asian countries. So, ladies and gentlemen, the concept of loss and damage refer to the category of loss and damage that cannot be avoided even after mitigation and adaptation measures have been taken. Loss and damage does not only refer to environmental damage, but also refer to socio and economic damage, including damage because of the health disaster, like a pandemic that we are now facing. In order to support the loss and damage approach as a part of climate risk mitigation effort, stakeholder and community need to understand the principle of loss and damage in climate change concept. To gain this understanding, it is necessary to conduct many occasions like this workshop, and loss and damage concept are becoming very basic knowledge that should be known by policymaker and also the society in general. So with an increased understanding of loss and damage in climate change concept, it is hoped that the effort designed to mitigate climate change risks can be implemented by everyone more effectively in the threat of climate change, the impact of losses and damage that will be arise, as well as the effort that can be made to manage the risks. So I am very grateful all researchers and staff of the Center of Disaster IPB University for their tremendous effort, yeah, provided as a host for this international workshop. And I also very glad that we have several prominent speakers here in this workshop. And I hope this workshop will deliver many productive and fruitful discussion and deliver new ideas and initiative for better environment for the planet Earth and the welfare of the people. So I would to congratulate to all the participants here and enjoy the workshop and discussion. Thank you. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Ernan Rustiadi, for the opening speech. Honorable distinguished speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen. So that was the opening of the international workshop. We are now continuing to the next agenda to hear the keynote speech with the theme of loss and damage in biodiversity perspective. And it's challenged by the director of CMEO Biotrop, Dr. Zulhamsyah Imran. Time is yours.
Thank you. Very good morning, everybody. The honorable representative from GIZ Germany to support our activities, not only for this morning event, but also diverse activity, that conducted together. I mean, the collaboration between the Pusat Studi Bencana, Bogor Agriculture University, and also other institutions, including the CMEO Biotrop. Distinguished Dr. Ernan Rustiadi, he is my colleague, and also my senpai in Japan Associate Organization, and also he is head of the Research Institute and Community Empowerment, congratulate Dr. Ernan can organize well many centers in IPB University. Of course, we have close collaboration between the CMA Biotrop and LPPM. We know that Biotrop is as a family of the IPB University. And then I would like to also to give respect to Dr. Samsul Bahri Agus, who lead at the times as a secretary of the center study for disaster, including of course how to mitigate and also adaptation, consider to the climate change, or global warming around the world, including in Indonesia, as Dr. Ernan mentioned. We know that Jakarta is one big city, highly, extremely contribute to increase our gas, greenhouse gas, of course, carbon dioxide. We know that is one gas is really interesting to pay attention, how to reduce in the future. So why we gather today, to discuss a little bit about the loss and damage, and then how to avoid the impact and risk of the climate change. Of course, impacted to the biodiversity as a concern of the tropical biologies, CMEO Biotrop, especially about the tropical biodiversity. Here also I can see many representative or organization, including is also attended by my senior, Professor Hadi Susilo. Hadi Susilo is one of the senior also. He invited me to get a breakfast when I studied in Hiroshima University. At the time, he visited Hiroshima University as the visiting professor. Nice to meet you, Professor. I hope we can arrange many collaboration between your program study organized by you and also the CMEO Biotrop. Distinguished, of course, ladies and gentlemen. Here I can see also Dr. Ferdinand. He is the Deputy Director for Administration, and of course, participants who attend this meeting, this webinar, to discuss a little bit. Please let me confine a little bit what we have to prepare. I had already prepared my presentation. Is it okay, Regina?
Yes, okay.
Everybody can see my presentation. Really.
Yes,
I hope everybody can see my presentations. So we know that as Ernan mentioned, one factor can be impacted and also get high risk is the biodiversity. So why semibiotropes nowadays we change our vision how to save motto biodiversity. What is that mean of motto? Motto is mountain to the ocean biodiversity. So semi-biotrope as tropical biology want to make a connection between the mountain to the ocean. Yeah, we know that the river can make a connectivity between the what the mountain have about the biodiversity and then what the Estuaria and also coastal have about the biodiversity. Yeah, we know that our marine and ocean has the mega biodiversity around the world. Yeah. So to save the ocean biodiversity, of course, yeah, we need also to save the mountain the biodiversity. So this is interesting about the why we promote our icon nowadays is motto biodiversity. Yeah. I just want to offer a few little bit regarding to the what the Rossi mentioned or Rofi reported about the why we need to concern on the damage and loss of the biodiversity. Yeah. Everybody know about the we have the really mega diversity in the earth. Yeah, we know that the estimation of the species is around 11.3 million. Is quite huge biodiversity. Yeah, compared to our diverse in the human. Yeah. We have here plant and then animals. Yeah. Microba, including a virus. Yeah, but we not really have the coronavirus 19 continue to make a challenge for us. Yeah, we know that we should conduct our work at homes. Yeah, in bahasa we call bekerja dari rumah gitu, BDR. But for me it's really interesting not only bekerja dari rumah but also how bekerja dari rumah tetangga gitu ya. Because we know that sometimes we should look at around our neighbors. Sometimes they got the positive by coronavirus, so we need to work also for our neighbors. Yeah, and then we know that the number of the species describes annually 18,000 species. Yeah, we still have every year the new species need to identify and then to disseminate what kind of the species and then what is useful and what is the benefit for the ecosystem and also what can be used for the economic activities. Yeah, we know that in Indonesia is a country is the second mega diversity has. Yeah, so this is interesting. Yeah, we know that our Indonesia is located in the tropical area. So we need to increase our concern. We need to increase our awareness how to save our biodiversity. Yeah, we know that for example in terms of marine biodiversity, 70% our coral reef around the world come from Indonesia. Yeah, we know that Indonesia we have the triangle coral reef area. Yeah, should be pay attention because has a play interesting role not only for the ocean, not only for the people who live in the coastal area, but also the people who live in the mountains. Because coral reef can produce not only fish, also other ecosystem services, but also can increase our enjoyable when we dive in the coral reef ecosystem. It is interesting. Yeah, we know that everybody know when the area is really has diverse of biodiversity. I mean the high biodiversity is coral reef in the Raja Ampat area in Papua Barat, of course. Yeah, Papua Barat province. Yeah, I hope Pak Enan had already visit that area and then taken dive and can enjoy not only the coral reef and also ornamental fish. Yeah, really attractive. Yeah. So we need to know a definition. What is the biodiversity? Yeah, biodiversity refer to the various life of form to exist on Earth. Yeah, including animals, plants, microorganisms, and the entire ecosystem they live in. Yeah. We know that biodiversity not only discuss about the species, but also talking about the ecosystem and also gene. Gene. Yeah, it is interesting. Yeah, we know that a microba and also virus has interesting rule when our body is dead. When the animal is dead, they compose, they degrade from the physical form to the recycle use. Yeah, for example, here is organic matters. Yeah, or nutrient. Yeah, can be used to the plant and then life is go on. Yeah, okay. You know why biodiversity is important for us? Yeah, we know that the in the first one, humans need their livelihood should be must go on. Yeah, in terms is economic growth also. Yeah, we need the biodiversity that we call renewable resources. Yeah, even yeah, we know that Indonesia really depend on the unrenewable resources. Yeah, but yeah, I do hope our next generation, millennial generation, alpha generation, can enjoy what is the renewable resources. Yeah, for the next futures, including the our biodiversities. No, yeah, economic term. Yeah, we know that at least 40% of the world's economy and 80% of the need of the poor are derived from the biological resource. Yeah, so why and when we are in the poverty state can be impacted to the biodiversity. Yeah, because the poverty people can also increase their effort to get to use the use of the biodiversity. Yeah, of course, the rich people also sometimes is really not humble using of the renewable resources here. Yeah, we know that the global sustainable business opportunities from the investing in natural resources could be increased. Yeah, could be increased around 6 trillion. Yeah, by 2050. At that time, maybe we know that the number of population can be increased to the 7 billions. Yeah, so we can imagine how high risk of the biodiversity because the human is always increased around the world. Maybe sometime we can develop we can save biodiversity not only in horizontal way, can be in the vertical way for the futures. Yeah, of course, another reason is about this support and continue of various ecosystem globally, and then artistic value. Yeah, we know that butterfly is really nice wing. Yeah, can we see in the national parks? Yeah, and also the biodiversity can make ecological balance. So we thought N and T maybe we cannot imagine what happened to the soil, for example. Yeah, so and then and also it has a function of ethical value. Yeah, we know that sometimes biodiversity can teach us how to increase our code of conduct. Yeah, to use biodiversity in sustainable way. Of course, ecosystem services benefit. Yeah, we know that as a proportioning and then regulating, supporting, and also culture. Cultures is including the how to develop in the future about the but based on the ecosystem ecotourism that we call. And then also the social spiritual benefit. Yeah, that everybody know when we use some aromatic come from the tree, like is the how to say gaharu in bahasa Indonesia. I'm sorry, I forget what is the in English. Yeah, yeah, we can make our spirit, and our mind is really relaxation, and then we can increase our recital. Yeah, recipit speaking about the zikir. Yeah, and then so on. Yeah, and also social. So yeah, we know that Pak Ernan already mentioned about the factor can be impacted to our biodiversity. Yeah, can finally can make a loss and damage. Yeah, we know that at least natural factor. Yeah, the common and enemy nowadays, as Joe Biden mentioned, and also the president around the world mentioned about the increasing of the climate change. Yeah, yeah, we know that. Yeah, we have the Paris Agreement. It should be maintain our temperature not more than 1.5 degrees Celsius. Yeah, we should implement it. We should be implemented what the people around the world have already committed. Yeah, to maintain that temperatures. Yeah, otherwise, yeah, we cannot save our biodiversity. And the second one is the anthropogenic factor. We can see here about the land and sea use change. Yeah, everybody every year, maybe every day. And human change land and sea use. Yeah, Yeah, and then we can see also because of the reason of the agriculture to supply our food security. Yeah, we know that the 80% of global deforestation nowadays is still continuing. So how to stop this, and then use alternative material for our property, and also the fires energy. Yeah, and the second one, due to the anthropogenic factor is pollution. But as not mentioned, in Jakarta is produced a lot of the carbon dioxide, and then a lot of produce organic matter, heavy metal, and so on and so on. So why we ask the young generation, millennial generation, to pay attention. Please let we campaign. Yeah, let we advocate. Yeah, because of the pollution is really high, really high impacted. Yeah, really high risk to the biodiversity. Yeah, we know that species over exploitation. Even yeah, we have the new data in the fish resources. Yeah, always increasing according to the ministries of the marine affairs and fisheries. Yeah, nowadays is 12 million ton. Yes, can us the sustainable maximum sustainable yield. So we know that before we have only 6.5. What happened about the ecosystem approach for the fisheries management? I cannot believe that. Yeah, I cannot believe the EAFM using. But we know that every coastal nowadays, every ocean already decrease our fish. So what happened? We cannot eat fish anymore. We cannot eat tuna. Yeah, because we always use the paradigm of the over exploitation. And also this one is already mentioned, climate change, and then invasive species. Nowadays we have prepared one proposal for the GF7 about integrated management for invasive and alien species in both Batimurung and also Semeru National Park. Perhaps GF can approve this proposal, and then we can continue at least to save our biodiversity in our national park. Yeah, we know that biodiversity have sustained a loss of 94% since 1975. So what should be done? The young generation should be done. So the old people here, I mean the colonial people here, should be done, including we need to increase the knowledge early childhood. Maybe I mean early childhood, in which the baby was born, that we call the alpha generation. When they cry, we should tell to the baby who cry, this is biodiversity is interesting, not only for us but also for them, the alpha generation. We know that industry 4.0, digital thinking, they know very well. And then we conserve our biodiversity. There are many ways that we call genetic diversity, and then species diversity, ecosystem diversity, global diversity. Let me conserve them. We know that conservation can give and also increase our economic aspect, our economic growth, of course. Just increase our pay attention. We know that there are many biodiversity conservation methods. Mainly we have the protection against degradation and destruction of natural ecosystem that we use for the mining. For example, we know that there are many voids around Indonesia country. We know that in the Kalimantan and then Sumatra, many lubang bekas tambang that we call voids. Nowadays, 20 hectares of the void need 20 billion rupiah, to close. You can imagine how much money that we spend for mining degradation. I mean the land degradation and biodiversity degradation cost of the mining. But we need to use how to increase the usability of the void by development of the fisheries, ecotourism, and so on. We need to identification and protection of endangered species. We know that, even though we know that the orangutan in Indonesia is really need to battle from the oil palm palm oil, palm oils, yeah, kelapa sawit. Yeah, we know that in the Kalimantan, yeah, and also Sumatra. No, they need our hand. No, yeah. We need the zoning plan. Yeah, we have the establishing buffer zone and then non-tech zone and so on. Yeah, to make a balance of the natural ecosystem. So biodiversity monitoring reporting system, of course, yeah, in the tier 3, yeah, we need conducted research due to the sustainable resources, yeah. And then the second one in the tier 2, yeah, we need to manage place and monitoring. And the last one, the tier 1, broad scale of the monitoring. I make a little bit fast, yeah, here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we know that around the world has a trend of the biodiversity technology and science. Yeah, yeah, we have the big data and cloud computing. Yeah, yeah, we know that we entry to the industry 4.0 and also the society 5.0. Yeah, but we need to pay attention and be careful because when we increase the industry 4.0, what happened to the people? Yeah, can be many people will be lose their job. No, disruption of digital era. But we need to prepare properly. Yeah, we don't want increasing our how to say is the pengangguran ya gitu ya, unemployee. So nowadays we need to prepare our mind, yeah, thinking about the Internet of Things, and also yeah, we need to increase our capacity in terms of the GIS and remote sensing, yeah. And what is the biotrope action to save biodiversity is yeah, in the third during the 3 months we have one activity we call the bid 100 Siamai biotrop, look like is a quick win, yeah, to prepare our 5 years development program, yeah. And then also we have the captive breeding and gene bank using tissue culture, and then we have also research tool development, publication, training and webinar activities, yeah. And also we have collaboration activities with the government Indonesia and also regional country. And of course, we engage also the private sector. We can see I have one activities movement for the rare tree in the IPB University and also other parts, other area, yeah, including in Jalan Tol, yeah, Jalan Tol Jasa Marga. And we have also intensive program visitation and community development, yeah. So this is the example captive breeding and gene bank using the pisciculture. Now we have at least 56 seed using the tissue culture technology. Yeah, we also have the entomology, phytopathology labs collection, and then research publication, and the popular one is the biotropia. Yeah, everybody can maybe student can explain. And then the most interesting, we develop about the geospatial monitoring system tool development. Here we have the system implementation. You can see we take directly what developed in our Smart Bee program, fruit plantation in the vocational school, and then we develop directly the smart system can using the smartphone, yeah. So and then smart monitoring of agriculture biodiversity. Yeah, we use the time series monitoring, imagery and spectral optimization, spatial dynamic model implementation. Now we have, yeah, we can do it from the Siamia biotrop. We can monitoring what we develop of the smart bee fruit plant in 36 vocational school at least, yeah. And then we build the architecture of the system using the monitoring and then predictive, also reporting every critical list, of course, yeah. And then we develop also expert system of biodiversity management using the remote sensing optimization, and then scientific expert solution, yeah, can use for consultation. Yeah, we can see in the Siamang biotrop also we develop remote sensing optimization, what we plan, and then we can give a suggestion what should be done when the farmer has difficulties, have the problem in terms of the plant growth. Yeah. Now we also have the mass system scientific advice solution. We can see it regarding to this diagram. So how we call that biotrop kita, yeah, the depthly learning based tree counting and then geolocation based, yeah, monitoring system, and also forward chain based and disease identification system. Yeah, we use also SmartBee PDL learning management system that we call LMS. Yeah, we need make a collaboration, cooperation between people to people, user and user to share their information. Otherwise, we don't have the big data to share to other people how to cope our problem in terms of the fruit plantation, for example here. So we also have special exit for development. Yeah, for potency and resilience biodiversity, we implemented this model to arrange our reporting for the kajian lingkungan hidup strategis, yeah, that we call in bahasa Indonesia, yeah, strategic environmental assessment in English, yeah, to see biodiversity in the Papua province. Yeah, what is the high vulnerability or least or less resiliency? Yeah, we can see using by the JS. And also we develop also environmental risk. Yeah, we know that one tool, this one can be used not only for the environmental risk, and also we can use for the to analysis of the invasive species. Yeah, risk to the our environmental. Now, and also we have in Siamese biotrop still arboretum, and otherwise, Royal Tajul cannot earn free oxygen from Siamese biotrop, yeah, because in Bogor City also not only really concerned and how to save our tree, yeah. And then finally we have to develop the technology. Lately, I have a research how to identify of the DNE of the lobster, yeah, isolation of the DNE lobster. Yeah, I hope one day I can cultivate lobster in the Puncak area. Yeah, this is my expectation for the next for the coming futures. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, for nice attention for my keynote speaker. Time is yours, Regina.
Thank you very much for the great speech, Dr. Zulhamsyah Imran. And ladies and gentlemen, for your information, today is Dr. Zulhamsyah Imran's birthday. Let us say happy birthday to Dr. Zulhamsyah Imran. Happy birthday, sir. May success always be with you and you always be healthy. Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, you know that today is my birthday, 51 years old. For me, 51 is beginning for my life. Yeah, because everybody maybe life is begin in the 40, but for me, life is begin to 51. Thank you to all participants.
Selamat ulang tahun, Pak Dir. Happy birthday. So we created a moment for you, yeah, where everybody yang was invited and you get the salutation from them. Selamat, happy birthday, Pak Dir.
Yeah, this event is really surprising me. Yeah, but I have no idea what I want to say. Is really happy for me. Yeah, because I want to give my life to save. Yeah, not only for the biodiversity, also to increase use biodiversity for the people, of course.
Yeah, as you say, Pak Dir, there is a man behind the gun.
Happy birthday, Bang Zulham, mantap.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, let me continue.
All right. Once again, happy birthday to Dr. Zulhamsyah Imran. Honorable distinguished speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we will begin our discussion session. I would like to invite Mr. Imam Nuryaman for this panel session. Imam Nuryaman, as a Project Director of International Association of Students in Agricultural and Related Science, Asean Pacific. To Mr. Imam Nuryaman, the time is yours.
Thank you so much, Ms. Regina. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and also honorable speakers and esteemed participants. When the world is warming, the sea level is rising, climate disasters is emerging, then the question for all of us is what side of history will we choose to sit on? The climate change issue have become a major concern in various parts of the world. Various countries are pursuing seriousness and comprehensive risk management by recognizing the linkage between mitigation, adaptation, disaster risk reductions, and also loss and damage as key. The basic concept of loss and damage refers to the inevitable impact of climate change even after the mitigation and adaptation measures have been taken. This concept does not only refer to environmental damage, but also refers to social and economic damage due to the extreme climate event or slow onset event. As we are the first generation to feel the impact of climate change and the last generation that can do something about it, then it is the matter of why, how, and what which need to be addressed. Welcome to the International Workshop of Mainstreaming the Loss and Damage among ASEAN countries. This workshop will be focusing on to meet the objective of increasing the knowledge, understanding, and also the awareness of the community regarding the concept of loss and damage due to the climate change, and also on how we are trying to mainstreaming the principle of loss and damage in our daily life. Honorable speakers, distinguished guests, esteemed participants, in order for us to meet the objective of today's workshop, we already have 5 speakers to come on board with us, with numerous experience and also expertise on the issue of loss and damage from their unique point of view. First of all, we'd like to welcome the first speaker of our discussion. So basically, he will be discussing and also addressing the issue on loss and damage in relation to sustainable development, which further emphasize perhaps on the adoptions of renewable energy technology as a solution to overcome loss and damage in ASEAN countries, and also overcoming the challenges of urbanization and improving people's welfare in ASEAN by realizing sustainable development with renewable energy. For Mr. Mahawira Dilon, just come on board. So before he presents his substantive, I'll be briefly telling you about his background. So basically, Mr. Mahawira is a head researcher at Yayasan Indonesia Cerah or Indonesia Cerah Foundations, and also is a member of the GSCC or the Global Strategic Communication Council, and also the game designer at Feira Toche. His educational background, pursuing bachelor degree on environmental engineering technology on Bantam Technology Institute, and also Master of Climate Change Policy and Economic in Australian National University. His specialization on research and development program covering the power sector and also the clean energy, renewable energy technology adoptions, greenhouse gas modeling, scenario exercise, and management. He has very numerous achievements, and one of it is developer of number of educational games, notably the board game emissions, which is designed to help players simulate the global issue around development and climate change. Mr. Mahawira?
Yes.
How are you doing right now?
Good, thank you. Thank you very much for the knowing.
Welcome for the international workshop. So perhaps in 10 minutes ahead, you may now have the floor.
All right, thank you. So, could we get the presentation?
Sure.
Okay, thank you very much. So today I will be talking to you about sustainable development, especially renewable energy, and how it can be used to, well, not minimize, but also overcome the issues with loss and damages. As previous speakers have told you, that there will be some climate impacts that will affect our way of life, and there's no way to really avert it, but we could reduce the impacts it has on our daily life. Yes, so the presentation, the admin should have the link, and please feel free to share it with all the audience. Next slide, please. Okay, so today I will first talk about, we'll have to define first loss and damages, and then we'll talk about sustainability, its components, and we'll have to talk about urbanization. And then I will talk about energy options in ASEAN, but pardon me for using Indonesia as a case study because that's the country I know most of. And then we'll have to talk about how we can make sure that development in the future will work towards our intended goals. Next slide, please. So let's talk about loss and damages. Next slide. Okay, now there's lots of discussion about loss and damages. The terms are a bit interchangeable for many people, but for this presentation, I'll focus on loss as monetized damages that we could count monetarily. So it's monetized impacts of climate change that affects our life, because sometimes it's not just direct damage, but it can also be opportunity loss. Whereas damages for damage that we can't really monetize, like damage to culture, to societal fragmentation, some of it will always have impacts for monetary issues, but most of it is not as easily reducible. Now, there's, as I said before, there's lots of discussions around it, but the point here is that loss and damages is about climate impacts that we know are already locked in, some of it that we know we can't avert nowadays. Now, we will later talk about how sustainable development, especially renewable energy, can help mitigate the after impacts. So after the impact has hit, it can help us adapt to the new situation. Okay, next slide, please. Now, we know there will be locked-in sea level rise. At the very least, it seems most people say at least 40 centimeters by the end of the century, might be more easily, especially if we keep exceeding our carbon budget. And all of this increased amounts of energy caught in the atmosphere by greenhouse gases means there's going to be an increased frequency and intensity of extreme weather events, which means there will be disruptions in the global supply chain. Now, business, and most of our lives won't be the same normal as we see today. There's going to be lots of changes and challenges, and we'll have to see how this relates to our human systems, to how people live, especially in urban areas. And then there's a big chance of social fragmentation when these global supply chains are disrupted. So next slide, please. So now we'll have to specify about what we mean when we talk about sustainability. Next slide. So usually when we talk about sustainability, there at the very least there's environmental sustainability, social sustainability, and economical sustainability. Depending on who you are, what your intentions are, or how long you want to talk about it, the order in which you prioritize economics or social cohesion and or environmental sustainability is always the debate, right? Now, for this, the purposes of today, I will argue that we should talk about environmental sustainability first, because without that, the biosphere, there's not much place for us to live socially or to do our economic activities. Now, I need you to, I will beseech you to remember that who talks about it and how, and it's always a good way to reflect on who benefits from these discussions. So hopefully we can have a scientific talk about how we can do the most good for the most people rather than just for a select few. Next slide. Okay, now I'm also tasked with talking about how urbanization will be affected by loss and damages, and how renewable energy can help to mitigate some of those impacts. Next slide. Now, depends on how you look at urbanization. There are lots of economic, social, political, and environmental factors that drive it. And urbanization also is deeply involved in the industrialization of human activities and issues of administrative power, as well as issues related from modernization of daily life of peoples, as well as to how it relates to the global market. However, we need to see this as an issue for developing countries in ASEAN and in Indonesia as particular, because what has been happening is inferior version of structural transformation. Now, structural transformation happens when most human societies start as an agricultural society. Once we are able to produce enough food and there are surplus, we then get to move into higher density areas, urbanization, where those excess laborers can then work on other things that are not agriculture. That's what we call structural transformation. The issue being, for most of human history, most developed countries have done structural transformation earlier, and so they're better in the sense that they allow their farmers to have less farmers for larger plots of land for increased productivity. But we can see in ASEAN, especially in Indonesia, that the reverse is true, that most of our agricultural workers, they do not have enough access to land, and therefore more and more people are working with less and less land. Now, this becomes an issue, and one of the stress tests that Indonesia and I think ASEAN has experienced was about 24 years ago during the Asian financial crisis, where we saw that due to the collapse of globalized market economy, people return to working the land. Now, we might see a return to this in the future. We're talking about, our current rates of urbanization is quite high, but once there are disruptions to the global supply chain, it's not beyond our imagination that we might have to return to agricultural issues, because we've never really focused on strengthening our agricultural foundation. The only time we really did that was when we did. Sorry. Yep, we did achieve self-sufficiency, at least for rice, but then I think we made a misstep that we focused then too much on industrialization and we forgot to keep strengthening our agricultural base. Now, the issue is when people move into urban areas, they are looking for jobs, looking for ways to earn money because there's not enough land for them to work, rather than because we have produced enough of a surplus to actually do structural transformation. Now, this means our urban areas are actually very potentially hotspots for food insecurity and systemic dependencies, where when a global chain, when the market fails, there will be lots of societal issues. So next slide, please. Now, this is why we need to change our mindset from one of a marginalization of peoples to one that will empower them to collaborate more, to empower them to contribute to society. Now, so there's a concept called environmental appropriation of cities. So when we have a city center, usually the amount of resources and even laborers, workers that it needs, that the city needs to supply itself to be the lifeblood of that city, covers an area much, much bigger than the city itself. That's how it appropriates the environment around it. Now, we need to remember that this is possible because there's collaboration between the city and its supporting rural or peri-urban areas. The issue here is that people are willing to collaborate when there's trust, and trust requires equity, requires that you treat people more or less with the same way you will treat yourself, because when there's a huge inequality, trust is eroded, and at one point it will break. That's why moving forward, I would argue that we really need to promote parity, especially rural-urban parity, as a way to make sure that urbanization works in a healthy way for society, as well as to actually stem the flow of urbanization, the flow of people who move into urban areas, but then they will move into slums and they will become dependent populations. They will be vulnerable populations. We need to promote a parity that will also develop our rural areas to become a counterbalance to that pull of urban areas. Next slide, please. Now, taking, after acknowledging all those main global issues, I will now focus on energy. And why energy? Because although some countries and even Indonesia have started their journey on decoupling growth from energy, more often than not, more human activity requires more energy, especially electricity. Next slide, please. Now, when we are analyzing our energy options, there are a couple of things we need to look at, especially for this presentation. I will look at energy availability, LCOE trends. LCOE is levelized cost of electricity. So when we want to make a power plant, we take the whole cost from planning, from operations until it is, looking at the lifetime of that power plant, and then we average it out to see how much does it cost to produce 1 kilowatt or 1 megawatt hour of electricity. And then I would also like to talk about job creation potential here, because this is an issue that I don't think many people have raised, but I think it's important, especially for Indonesia, and I think also for ASEAN, because we are on the verge of our population demographic dividend. But if we don't prepare for it properly, we will definitely not go on the right direction, because the potential of a demographic dividend can also be a population time bomb. If we cannot provide enough, good paying jobs, enough jobs and enough livelihoods to allow people to grow, they will then become dependent on the system, and there's an issue there that will create social fragmentation. I will also briefly go over other externalities, good and bad, from all our energy options. Next slide, please. So first and foremost, Indonesia used to be an oil exporting country, but even our National Energy General Plan has acknowledged that, as you can see, the larger part there is that we are a net importer of oil, and we don't have much stocks, and we are going to keep demanding for more oil, especially since we use a lot of oil for transportation. Next slide, please. Now, this is a back of the envelope calculation. So of course, this is unrealistic in a sense, but this is just to show you that oil and as fossil fuels for Indonesia, and I would assume for the rest of ASEAN as well, is a limited resource. We talk about peak oil, it never really came, or peak coal globally, it hasn't come, but it will come one day. Even if we keep exploring and getting new resources, the fact that we can't replenish them faster than we use them means that one day it will be gone. Now, this is just a rough calculation to show that if Indonesia were to stop importing right now, if we were to really exploit all our total reserves, so not just the reserves we know that are there, but these are theoretically, if we upturn all of Indonesia's land and to take all the oil available, it will only last us 9 years. Now, I don't know for the rest of ASEAN, but just keep this number in the back of your head, not to be alarmist about it, but to know that we need to change our systems, because right now we can import it. Right now there's somebody selling oil to us. What happens when they don't want to sell it or can't sell it because the global supply chains are affected by the impacts of climate change? Next slide.
Mauro, my apologies. You may have 1 minute left.
Okay, let's skip this. Okay, please skip about a few pages. Skip. So basically, I'm just showing you that all our energy options are limited, because right now we are all very dependent on fossil fuels. Next slide. Even nuclears, nuke won't last us that much, and there are next slide. Now, next slide. I'm just showing you. So next slide. Okay, now basically fossil fuels, they produce lots of waste, and we will run out. Nukes prone to delays and cost overruns. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, whereas renewables can be used for a lot of things. It's multifunction, it's modular, it's off-grid, it's portable, and we can use like solar PV panels in agroforestry settings as a way to shield crop from overexposure to sun, which will be a good thing, because when the climate impacts come, we will see, due to increased heat, we will see the wilting of plants, and we can install solar PV panels on top of it to reduce that amount of wilting. Next slide. So yeah, I'm just showing you how that renewables also create more jobs, more shovel-ready jobs for more people. So it's a good thing compared to lots of fossil fuel and nuke options. Next slide, please. Next slide. Now, this is for all you policymakers out there. The youth are starting to smart up to it. They do see renewable energy as a very important, just slightly behind conserving forests. This is a survey done in Indonesia, and they do view that government bureaucracy has been a hindrance to climate action. Next slide, please. So moving forward, renewable energy will help ASEAN resilience because it will help us move away from large-scale power plants to smaller-scale power plants, which are more disruption resilience. Because imagine when we are still using so much coal, when climate impact hits, we might not be able to get the coal in time. The barges might not be able to move because there's not enough water, or there's too much water turbulence, sea turbulence. Whereas renewable energy systems can be self-dependent. So you could make smaller grids rather than need the whole grid to function properly. I think about 1 or 2 years ago, Java had a major issue just because a tree fell on one of the main electricity line. So those are the things that renewable energy can help supplant, because we could make smaller systems which work for the area. Now, renewable energy will also help rural development because there are multifunction uses. So it will help counterbalance the main drivers of urbanization, and it will create more jobs for more people. So our human resilience to the impacts of climate change will be heightened when we transition towards renewable energy. So hopefully everyone can take a look at the slides at your own pace. Thank you very much for listening. Please help us accelerate the energy transition toward renewable energy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Wira, for that insightful and also rigorous presentation coming from you. And as we unravel your substantive, we are now hopefully well informed and also well aware to the principle of loss and damage in relation to the SDGs, from limiting the losses and delimiting damages up until the examining energy transition to renewable energy. We hope that we can further discuss this in next discussion on how, for example, we create a macro policy to really accelerate the energy transition in our country. Honorable guests, distinguished speakers, and esteemed participants, sustainable development will not or never be achieved without conservation. Given the fact that the currently ongoing loss and damage adversely result in catastrophic condition, not only for human, but also for all the species, which sooner or later will be in danger if there is no such a conservation to begin with. Therefore, on the second session, we will be welcoming our next speaker to address the topic on conservation and the strategy to reduce the loss and damage, which further emphasize on the conservation activities which have been implemented and how, for example, the conservation and environmental issues are carried out based on his research experience. Welcome on board, Mr. Mart. So before you proceed to your presentation, I'll go briefly to explain about your experience and also your activities. So Mr. Manuel de La Paz is currently doing the research and associate at the Center for Research and Extension, or CRE, of the University of San de La Salle, Bacolod, and also instructor and lecturer at Natural Science Department, College of Art and Science, and University of San La Salle, and also business manager or Association of Systematic Biologists of the Philippines, and also conservationist of the endangered Irrawaddy dolphins in Guimara Strait. So Educational background, pursuing bachelor degree on science in biology, University of Saint Alec Saleh, Bacolod, Philippines, and also pursuing the Master of Science in Marine Biology in Silman University Institute of Environment and also Marine Science in Philippines. So his specialization in focusing on marine biodiversity, and he has many works experience related to the conservation and also to the marine sciences. So without further ado, welcome, Mr. Manuel de la Paz. How are you doing right now?
Hi, good morning. Selamat pagi. Thank you for inviting me. It's really an honor to be here, and I'm really happy to have listened to Dr. Wira and Dr. Imran for their previous talks. So those were very interesting talks, and I'm happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me. It's been a while since my friend Ikrum has communicated with me, and I'm really happy to connect with him.
Okay,
So I'll share my screen. Is it
sure.
okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Perhaps you may have like 15 minutes to present your own substantive. So you may now have the floor.
Okay. Oh, can everybody see my slide? Okay. So selamat pagi to everybody, and I am Manuel de la Paz. You might have been confused with Mark de la Paz or Manuel de la Paz. Manuel is my real name, but I go with the nickname called Mark de la Paz. So yeah, you can call me either Mark or Manuel. And I'm happy to be here to discuss with you some of my experiences on biodiversity conservation. That's why I've been asked to talk about conservation strategy to reduce loss and damage. And I've been asked to limit my slides to 5 slides. So pardon me if I really lump most of the information in just 5 slides. I'll try to discuss them as much as I can and as detailed as I can. Please allow me to start with these 3 photos here in my first slide. The first will be that of Southeast Asia, which we are part as the Asean community. The second is the Irrawaddy dolphin, which is the endangered species that I am currently working with. And the third is sustainable fisheries. This is the resource that we are greatly dependent on as an archipelagic country, the same in Indonesia and the Philippines. We are very dependent on our marine resources. So I am going to try to connect all these 3 topics to convey the message of my experiences. So I start with Southeast Asia. And yes, I am very happy to belong to the ASEAN community. I am currently based in Japan right now, and I'm really happy to see that I've seen a lot of Indonesians here as well. So I feel like I'm just meeting some good old friends, even though I don't know them, but we look the same. We belong to one people, and but we have different cultures. So I am really happy to see a lot of Southeast Asians here as well. The picture here of Southeast Asia is something that we have very much in common, and if you can see that there are some patches there that are highlighted in brown, those are actually the distribution of the Irrawaddy dolphins in Southeast Asia, or what we also call the Indo-West Pacific region. Southeast Asia, like what Dr. Imran has emphasized earlier, is we belong to the Coral Triangle. So Indonesia and the Philippines are one of those countries vying to be top with the most number of marine species endemic to that area. So the Coral Triangle is that area in Southeast Asia that composes the Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, Papua New Guinea, which is called the Center of Marine Biodiversity, or the Coral Triangle. In anywhere else in the world, we have the highest diversity of marine species per unit area. So that is something that we should be proud of, because we belong in a tropical area of the world, and there are just so many species, and still scientists are predicting that there are still so many species that are yet to be discovered. And this biodiversity that we call, this marine biodiversity, sustains us in many, many ways. And I don't need to emphasize more, but I remember in Dr. Imran's talk that he was talking about the ecosystem services that we benefit from our marine ecosystem. So there are 4 services: the provisioning services, the direct things that we get from the marine resources like food and water, and building materials, medicine, We have the regulating services, how our ecosystems are able to control the climate, to absorb carbon dioxide. The cultural services, where we associate our culture to being an archipelagic countries, right? And supporting services as well. So disease control, things like that. These are all benefits that we get, and these have monetary values that we have yet to measure as well. And also, as part of the Coral Triangle, Indonesia and the Philippines are also mega biodiversity hotspots, which also means that while we have so many species in our countries, these species and ecosystems are also in danger of being destroyed or nearing extinction because of so many threats that are affecting their survival. So if we don't do anything about conserving these species and ecosystems, these will probably go extinct in the next few years, and we will cease to enjoy the benefits of ecosystem services. So the next photo is that of the Irrawaddy dolphin. Sometimes we call it the Southeast Asian dolphin because it's a species that's unique to most of Southeast Asia. And in Indonesia, I know you call it as the pesut, or you have the Mahakam pesut, because it's usually found in Mahakam River and also in Balikpapan Bay. I have the privilege. I have had the privilege to have worked with some of the people who are also working in Indonesia on the same species, or the Irrawaddy dolphin. I'd like to mention here, especially Miss Dr. Daniel Kreb and Icha Mustika, who is also associated with whale stranding in Indonesia. So our group, we call ourselves the CMAMs, or the Southeast Asian Marine Mammal Researchers. We have been focusing on trying to do research and conservation work on marine mammal species that are particularly found in Southeast Asia. So that includes the Irrawaddy dolphin, the humpback dolphin, and the finless porpoise, and dugongs as well. So these are very special animals in our region. So I've been doing a lot of conservation work, almost 10 years, on the Irrawaddy dolphins. And I'd like to relate that to the sustainable fisheries part, which is, of course, in everything that we do it in an ecosystem approach. So we see that the Irrawaddy dolphin is an ambassador species, that if we conserve the Irrawaddy dolphin, it's also like conserving the resources and the ecosystem that it lives in. So the Irrawaddy dolphin is actually a coastal species, and they prefer brackish to freshwater habitats, like in Mahakam River, that's freshwater, and also in Balikpapan Bay, that's estuarine. No? So they are hugely associated with these kinds of habitats, and these are also the same habitats where a lot of our artisanal fisheries depend on fishing. No, their day-to-day sustenance of getting fish. So that's why these are all interconnected. I'd also like to say that the Irrawaddy dolphin is categorized by the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, or IUCN, as an endangered species. No, all over the world it's an endangered, but because they are fragmented into very small populations, subpopulations, like the population in Mahakam is different from Balikpapan Bay, and it's also different from what we have here in the Philippines. They are very isolated, and each of those subpopulations are categorized as critically endangered species. So if we don't do anything about the threats that are affecting the dolphins, maybe in the next 10 to 20 years, they might go extinct. So I believe that this is very important work as well. So in my line of work, we are currently doing our conservation roadmap for Irrawaddy dolphins. And basically, it's very simple. Our vision is as simple as conserve Irrawaddy dolphins. So we want Irrawaddy dolphins conserved in the next 30 to 50 years. And that also means that threats are mitigated and their habitats are conserved, allowing the population to increase and be sustained in the future. So that is our goal as marine biologists. But we are also concerned that, of course, conserving the dolphins will mean conserving the whole ecosystem. That means also managing the fisheries, managing the threats that are affecting the the coastal ecosystems and the rivers, managing the people who are also sharing that habitat as part of their navigational routes, and also getting their fisheries and their sustenance from the sea. So it's a very holistic approach, which is of course never is easy, and it's always challenging. And then I'm going to talk more about those challenges in the next few slides. So with this vision in mind, we have anchored our vision in the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN, and we've identified that we have at least six Sustainable Development Goals that we want to address while doing our conservation work. So 15 is life on land, 11 is sustainable cities and communities, 12 is responsible consumption and production, 13 is, of course, addressing climate action as well, 14, life below water, and 17, of course, is partnership for the goals. We can't do all these things if we do not know how to collaborate with different agencies and NGOs and even the government. We need to help each other. So that's recognizing that we can't do this alone. I belong to a university, and as much as that we can do, we can only do research and probably do some training and empowering the communities. But there are also responsibilities that must be taken by other stakeholders, such as the government, the fishery sector, the business sector, if they want to conserve the Irrawaddy dolphins, and of course the coastal habitat that the dolphins are living in. So in the 10 years that we've been doing our projects here in the Philippines, I've been basically concerned with one population of Irrawaddy dolphins. Here there are 3, and I've been working on one, and that's what we call the Guimaras Strait population. And we've been doing a lot of research. We've been trying to monitor the population, trying to use photo ID to identify each individual dolphin. We try to count them and provide estimates of the dolphins. We also try to see how they interact with the fisheries and the fishing community in the coastal areas. And we also try to see what are the threats that are affecting their subpopulation. It's a really critically endangered population that every year we have at least one dolphin that dies every year. So monitoring is ongoing every year. And then, of course, we have to engage the community. We have to get them involved in this conservation work. We cannot do it alone as a university because we are just a very small stakeholder in this endeavor. So we have to empower the community, let them know that they are capable of conserving, let them know the benefits of conserving their coastal ecosystems. How will that benefit the future generation and the present generation as well? So we have to let them educate them, let them be familiarized with the laws of wildlife conservation and of course fisheries management as well, and how will this benefit them. And we also do a lot of communication. So not a lot of people are familiar with Irrawaddy dolphins. Probably some of you are also not familiar with Irrawaddy dolphins. So we have to consistently be present in social media, in posters, in newspapers. Sometimes we do TV guesting or radio guesting just to let the message out there that we have this very special species of Irrawaddy dolphin that is critically endangered, and conserving them will entail also conserving the whole ecosystem. So yeah, communication is very important because not a lot of people know about it. And of course, governance. We are working with the local government units, and we are trying to convince them to set up marine protected areas in their coastal waters. So in that marine protected areas, they can set up rules and policies that can conserve the dolphins and manage the fisheries as well. So it has to be on paper, on policy, not just in whatever that we do. It has to be recorded, documented, and made legal by the local government units. So yeah, marine protected areas. I'm sure you are not new to the concept of marine protected areas. I'm proud to say that it was actually, well, at least in the Philippines, it was pioneered by Dr. Angel Alcala, who was also my professor at Silliman University. And ever since they started marine protected areas in Apo Island, they've done it with research as well, with those 4 pillars of conservation: research, community engagement, communication, and governance. They have established a lot of successful marine protected areas. So what are the benefits that we get from marine protected areas? Or what are marine protected areas in the first place? So in general, these are just like investments that we get. We set aside a certain area with high biodiversity in our coastal areas, and we set that we don't go fishing in those areas because we want to allow the fish to grow and to multiply, right? So that will give us the benefit of spillovers, which will make fishing easier for our coastal communities. They get bigger fish, they get more fish because of the spillover effect of protecting their coastal resources. So what are the benefits that we get from MPAs? First is, of course, increase in fishery yield, or increase in catch abundance and size of the fish that they get. It's also easier for them to fish because they don't have to go to far areas, because the MPAs are just near the coastal communities. That's where the most productive areas are. So they spend less for fuel going to fishing grounds. They increase their biodiversity, they increase in tourism value and cultural value. So because of protected coral reefs or seagrass ecosystems or mangroves or even soft bottom ecosystems like where the Irrawaddy dolphins are living, you increase the cultural and tourism value. You attract people to come and witness these coral reefs. So I know Indonesia is very popular when it comes to scuba diving because of your very beautiful coral reefs like Raja Ampat, right? So this has monetary value. This brings in the money that can support communities who protect the marine protected areas. And of course, we've emphasized earlier about the ecosystem services. So if we protect our coral reefs, if we protect our ecosystems, they give us benefits like protection from storm surges. They stabilize the sediment. They give us a lot of fish and other resources, medicine, raw materials. Their photosynthesis enables the ecosystem to work. Um, because without photosynthesis, of course, nothing will really work in an ecosystem. They absorb carbon, so that also regulates the climate, even the microclimate. They help us mitigate climate change as well. So these are very important benefits that we get from MPAs. And I'm sure, I think Indonesia has a lot of MPAs as well, because you are a very marine dependent country, just as the Philippines is.
Sir,
However,
my apology before you continue your speech. So basically, your time has elapsed in less than 1 minute. Perhaps
okay,
you can.
yeah, I'll wrap up. Okay, but basically, MPAs are not a silver bullet for addressing environmental and social problems. MPAs require long-term dedication, and it also needs a lot of stable budget, consistent research and monitoring, strong political will, and of course, there should be commitment for the community. And of course, there are also external threats such as climate change, rising seawater level can drown reefs, increased rainfall can dilute salinity, and increase sedimentation. And unpredictable weather patterns can force more people who are reliant on farming to abandon farming and go to the coastal areas to fish because they can't rely on farming anymore. So MPAs are not perfect, but they need all these things to be sustained in the future. So in closing, I'd like to present a few issues that are recently affecting MPAs here in the Philippines. One is here in Dumaguete City, where I took my master's in marine biology. Dumaguete City is a coastal town with coral reefs, surviving coral reefs. And the one is the Irrawaddy Dolphin MPA that we were able to set up in my hometown in Bacolod. And the threats here are because the mayor of Dumaguete is threatening to reclaim the area where there are coral reefs. So this has really been a big concern for a lot of people in the environment and conservation sectors. This is the kind of reclamation that they want. They want a big smart city to be set up in that area. So people are not really sure if this is a good idea. So it's going to affect a lot of the coral reefs and biodiversity that fishermen rely on. And for the Irrawaddy dolphins, they'll be affected by a huge project that will a bridge will be constructed between two islands, and this will affect the habitat where the Irrawaddy dolphins are living. So we've actually written a paper on it in Oryx, signaling concern that the Irrawaddy dolphins will greatly be affected by this project. So these are some of the projects that are recently being fought by the environmentalists. They want to protect the ecosystems because they know that once these ecosystems are destroyed, this will be irreversible, and we will probably lose a lot of the benefits that we get from the marine ecosystems. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Mark. So what an informative and extremely interesting presentation from Mr. Manuel de la Paz. So from his presentation, we learned like a lot on how the case study on conservation in relation to the loss and damage are carried out, especially in the Philippines. And also we learned about the Irrawaddy dolphin conservation is one of the best example for us to further leverage the practices of marine protected areas, be it for the fisheries management, also protecting endangered species. And the most important thing is all about how to protect our earth from the damage and also loss from the climate change. Hopefully, we will soon able to see the dolphins out there in their natural ecosystem, real ecosystem, not in the zoo. So yeah, thank you so much for that insightful presentation, Mr. Mark. So for the next session, honorable guests and distinguished speakers and esteemed participants, now we will proceed for our next session. So before we are moving on for the next speaker, we will have some sort of ice breaking in order to increase our awareness and also leverage our empathy to address the issue of loss and damage among ASEAN countries. So for the committee, you may now have the floor. So in this ice-breaking session, we will be presenting to you about the photos and also the depictions of the photography challenge related to the damage and loss in the climate change. Perhaps the committee can immediately share the screen. Go. And a little bit reminder for all the participants who would like to raise the question, you might raise the question to the Zoom chat, and we can actually discuss it later in our next discussions. So yeah, perhaps for today's ice breaking, we'll have some enjoyment moment and also try to grasp and also contemplate about what happened in the previous discussion. So yeah, for the committee, is there any problem? Yeah, perhaps we may proceed to play the video. Well, from this depiction, we know that the concept of loss and damage refers to category of impact that cannot be avoided, even after mitigation and adaptation action have been taken. Loss and damage is exacerbated by the climate change and human activities that do not pay attention to the environment. Some of these photos are evidence of loss and damage that we find and feel around us, both in the forms of losses and damage in the economic aspect, in the livelihood system, or be it in physical assets such as damage to infrastructure and property, or even to the cultural heritage, loss of our territory, and biodiversity. So these following photos are taken by participants of the photography competition in the National Competition for Loss and Damage in Tropical Biodiversity, which raised the theme about my future smile, my nature cries. This is stepping stone for us. And we can further amplify these photos by contemplating and also find the right solution for us to handle the issue. Honorable guests, distinguished speakers, and esteemed participants, the key takeaway from the depictions of loss and damage, which amazingly perpetuated by our participant, was reminds us to oversee and also unravel our ecological footprint. It urged us to contemplate and also immediately take a strategic action in coordinated manner. Perhaps these photos can actually strengthen our mission to amplify the previous discussions and also to raise the question related to the loss and damage in our Earth. We are all butterfly. Earth is our search house. Cool. Thank you so much for the committee. So, however, oftentimes our past and currently ongoing climate actions experience and structural pitfalls of failing to include the most vulnerable group to come on board with us, to stand at the front line of our action, be it an indigenous group, women, or people with disabilities. Through this international workshop of loss and damage among Asian countries, we will start to begin. To emphasize the role of people who is perceived vulnerable to the adverse impact of climate change. So our next speaker will be discussing on how to increase disability participation, reduce the risk of loss and damage, which also highlight the importance of disaster mitigation for disabilities, the role of disability in reducing the risk and damage and loss, and also the fulfillment of disability rights in mainstreaming loss and damage. For our next speaker, welcome Honorable Mr. Muhanif. How are you doing right now? So before he begins to start his presentation, I'll be briefly telling you about his background. So his main activities are now becoming the disability activist and founded divapedia.com and data and policy analyst in Sentra Advokasi Perempuan, Difabel, and Anak. And also he has educational background on Faculty of Culture and Science in Gajah Mada University on Indonesian Literature, and also pursuing Master of Art, Faculty of Cultural Science in Gajah Mada University. A specialization on disability-based inclusiveness issue, writing and editing, and also data and policy analysis, including the making of policy brief for disability issue. He has so many achievements throughout his life. One of it is becoming most outstanding student, representing the Faculty of Cultural Science UGM, and also the National Outstanding Student with Youth with Disabilities of Kemenpara in commemorations of Youth Pledge 2020, and many more. For Mr. Muhanif, are you now able?
Okay.
Cool. Thank you so much. Perhaps you have like 15 minutes from now on to present your idea, and yeah, you may now have the floor. Silakan, Mas.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang semuanya. Terima kasih sudah diberi kesempatan kepada panitia itu yang sudah diberi kesempatan untuk presentasi terkait difabel dalam penanggulangan bencana itu. Karena waktu yang sangat terbatas, saya mau langsung ke poin intinya saja gitu, yakni bagaimana peran difabel dalam penanggulangan bencana yang inklusif. Sebelumnya mohon maaf kalau suara saya ini kurang jelas. Soalnya saya ini difabel, jadi saya ini nggak bisa mendengar bagaimana apa yang saya ucapkan itu. Jadi saya cuma semacam improvisasi saja gitu. Jadi, dalam kesempatan kali ini berdasarkan pengalaman saya itu ada beberapa hal yang perlu dilakukan, terutama itu terkait posisi difabel yang masih marginal gitu. Maka diperlukan semacam optimalisasi peran difabel untuk penanggulangan bencana yang inklusif gitu. Jadi nanti perannya nggak cuma difabel secara individu gitu, ada organisasi juga di dalamnya gitu. Slide berikutnya. Disabilitas atau difabel itu ya, berdasarkan Undang-Undang Nomor 8 Tahun 2016 adalah setiap orang yang mengalami keterbatasan fisik, intelektual, mental, dan atau sensorik yang dalam jangka waktu yang lama dalam berinteraksi dengan lingkungannya dapat mengalami hambatan dan kesulitan untuk berpartisipasi secara penuh dan efektif dengan warga negara lainnya berdasarkan kesamaan hak. Jadi itu kita bisa melihat sesuai dengan Undang-Undang Nomor 8 Tahun 2016 itu sudah bergeser paradigma dari yang sebelumnya itu berbasis heredity based, ya istilahnya menganggap difabel sebagai belas kasihan atau sejenisnya, tetapi sekarang sudah bergeser paradigmanya itu, yakni sama-sama sebagai manusia yang memiliki hak yang sama, tetapi difabel itu ada karena di masyarakat masih adanya hambatan. Kita di Indonesia mengenal dua istilah itu. Yang pertama itu disabilitas, itu sesuai dengan undang-undang. Dokumen negara menyebut istilah bakunya disabilitas. Tetapi kalau di kalangan aktivis, terutama saya sendiri gitu ya, dalam perspektif gerakan kita memakai istilah difabel karena term keduanya itu berbeda. Kalau disabilitas itu kan akronim dari dis dan ability. Artinya itu difabel dianggap sebagai individu tidak mampu atau sejenisnya. Terjemahan bebasnya itu tidak mampu. Tetapi ketika kita menggunakan term difabel, akronim dari differently ability people, individu dengan kemampuan berbeda. Contohnya ini saya tidak bisa mendengar seperti kalian gitu ya. Kalian memanfaatkan indera pendengarannya. Tetapi kalau saya ini dengan membaca gerakan bibir, ada yang pakai bahasa isyarat juga bisa juga pakai aplikasi ini. Jadi saat kita ngomong itu audionya itu diterjemahkan ke dalam bentuk teks gitu. Sudah ada aplikasinya. Intinya ya kita ini tujuannya sama, menyerap informasi. Cuma caranya saja yang berbeda. Itu intinya difabel. Slide berikutnya. Kalau membicarakan terkait penanggulangan bencana, posisi difabel sebagai kelompok yang lebih rentan dibandingkan yang non difabel. Jumlah difabel di Indonesia berdasarkan data dari BPS tahun 2020 ada sekitar 22 juta atau sekitar 5% dari seluruh penduduk Indonesia. Jumlah tersebut sangat besar. Slide berikutnya. Faktor kerentanan difabel dalam bencana itu secara garis besar saya membedakan jadi dua jenis itu. Yang pertama adalah faktor internal. Misalnya pertama hambatan atau difabilitas yang dimilikinya. Jadi seseorang yang difabel itu kan memiliki hambatan. Sepanjang hambatannya itu nggak diatasi, maka ia akan kesusahan mengaksesnya. Yang kedua, literasi atau pemahamannya relatif rendah. Misalnya itu di Indonesia yang mengakses pendidikan berdasarkan data dari BBM itu hanya sekitar hanya sekitar 12, antara 12 sampai 15% itu perkiraan dari PPP gitu ya. Sedangkan kita lihat ya, kalau akses informasi terhadap difabel itu kan belum sepenuhnya aksesibel, sehingga pemahaman mereka juga rendah. Survei Ekonomi Nasional tahun 2018 dari BPS, akses informasi difabel terhadap penggunaan HP dan laptop misalnya itu ya hanya 34%, sedangkan non difabel itu sampai 81%, sangat jomplang gitu. Kalau kita membicarakan tentang ya revolusi digital gitu ya, sekarang kan internet itu memiliki poin penting dalam penyebaran informasi, tetapi tingkat akses informasi internet difabel itu cuma 8,5%, sedangkan non difabel itu 45%. Makanya itu ya, karena pemahamannya relatif rendah gitu, implikasinya itu pemahaman terkait mitigasi bencana, penanggulangan bencana maupun pemulihan bencananya masih minim. Yang ketiga, partisipasi difabel dalam perumusan kebijakan kebencanaan masih rendah. Nah, meskipun akhir-akhir ini mulai muncul keterlibatan difabel, misalnya saya ini ikut terlibat dalam pembuatan panduan penanganan COVID-19 bagi anak dengan difabel dan perempuan dengan difabel yang disusun Kementerian Pemberdayaan Perempuan dan Perlindungan Anak itu sudah ada, tapi dalam kacamata saya itu di level bawah itu partisipasinya masih rendah. Kalau kita membicarakan teknis di lapangan, kita membicarakan masyarakat di tingkat bawah gitu yang masih minim. Yang terakhir itu kalau berbicara terkait difabel itu multi dampaknya. Dampaknya itu berbeda dengan non difabel. Misalnya difabel itu karena ragam difabilitasnya berbeda-beda gitu. Misalnya difabel mental, intelektual, ada tingkatan ringan, sedang, berat gitu. Ada yang membutuhkan misalnya psikolog, gitu. Ada yang membutuhkan obat-obatan tertentu. Terus ada pula yang memerlukan alat bantu lainnya, ada yang membutuhkan pendamping. Jadi kalau difabel terdampak bencana gitu, dampaknya juga bisa ke pendampingnya, keluarganya, juga ke terapisnya gitu. Jadi ada beberapa faktor, ada beberapa sektor nantinya. Yang kedua, eksternal. Lingkungan yang kurang aksesibel. Ini PR besar di Indonesia. Seringkali lingkungannya kurang aksesibel, misalnya jalur titik kumpul gitu masih yang kurang aksesibel, misalnya buat pengguna kursi roda contohnya gitu. Beberapa jalurnya itu misalnya kan kalau evakuasi bencana contohnya gitu ya, bagi difabel rungu seperti saya ini kalau cuma mengandalkan format audio itu kesusahan gitu, harus yang berbasis visual. Begitu juga yang difabel netra. Berikutnya itu sosialisasi kebencanaan minim dan kurang aksesibel. Sosialisasi kebencanaan terlebih sistem kebencanaan yang inklusif itu masih minim. Yang terakhir itu stigma negatif. Itu sudah sejak dulu stigma negatif ke difabel. anggapan kalau difabel itu misalnya nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain gitu. Akhirnya mereka itu dilupakan dalam misalnya perumusan kebijakan maupun dalam hal apa simulasi, contohnya kayak karena difabel dari awal sudah dianggap sebagai tidak sempurna, tidak normal, cacat, dan sejenisnya. Makanya sepanjang stigma negatif itu masih ada, jangan harap itu di berbagai sektor nantinya keterlibatan difabel meningkat. Slide berikutnya.
Mohon maaf, Mas Mohanif, untuk waktunya tinggal sisa sekitar 1 menit lagi. Bisa dipersilakan.
Ini poin kuncinya ya. Kita harus melibatkan difabel dalam upaya pengurangan risiko bencana, baik bencana yang bersifat alam maupun alam non alam. Slide berikutnya. Dasar hukum pelibatan difabel itu sudah ada, misalnya Undang-Undang Nomor 8 Tahun 2016 tentang penyandang disabilitas. Di situ disebutkan partisipasi penuh penyandang disabilitas berdasarkan persamaan hak itu, nilai-nilai hak asasi manusia benar-benar dihargai. Berbeda dengan undang-undang yang sebelumnya, Undang-Undang Nomor 4 Tahun 97 tentang penyandang cacat. Di undang-undang tersebut juga menyebutkan difabel sebagai salah satu kelompok rentan, di samping perempuan, anak, lansia. Yang kedua, sudah muncul peraturan Kepala Badan Nasional Penanggulangan Bencana Nomor 14 Tahun 2014 tentang penanganan, perlindungan, dan partisipasi penyandang disabilitas dalam penanggulangan bencana. Jadi sebenarnya itu aturannya sudah ada, dasar hukumnya sudah kuat. Namun seringkali PR besar kita adalah di ranah implementasinya. Implementasinya masih minim. Makanya di kalangan aktivis difabel punya pandangan tolak ukur keberhasilan suatu program bukan dilihat dari kertas kebijakan yang dihasilkan, tetapi implementasinya di lapangan. Itu tolak ukurnya. Sedangkan secara prinsip itu seperti yang saya katakan sebelumnya, pertama difabel sebagai kelompok rentan. Yang kedua, membutuhkan penanganan khusus sesuai dengan ragam difabelnya. Jadi misalnya ya saat kita membicarakan difabel daksa itu, jadi jangan langsung berasumsi kalau difabel daksa itu membutuhkan kursi roda. Ada difabel daksa atas, ada bawah gitu. Kalau difabel daksa atas itu kan tangannya gitu. Makanya itu setiap beragam difabel kebutuhannya berbeda-beda. Difabel intelektual berat gitu. Misalnya kalau dikasih pemahaman gitu harus menggunakan bahasa yang sederhana gitu. Kadang-kadang harus menggunakan simbol atau gambar-gambar itu untuk difabel intelektual terutama yang berat. Yang ketiga, setiap beragam difabel tidak bisa disamakan penanganannya gitu. Misalnya itu ada difabel mental, itu ada yang difabel mentalnya tambuhan gitu, membutuhkan obat-obatan yang harus diminum secara rutin. Terus difabel rungu itu seperti saya ini, saya belum terlalu mahir bahasa isyarat gitu. Jadi mengandalkan pembacaan gerak bibir atau bisa juga pakai yang berbasis visual, yang tertulis contohnya, atau pakai aplikasi yang ada di HP. Yang keempat, menciptakan mitigasi, penanganan, dan pemulihan yang inklusif. Pada prinsipnya adalah tanggung jawab kita bersama. Jadi nanti antara kebijakan yang diambil saat mitigasi, penanganan, dan pemulihan itu jadi ada semacam kesamaan gitu, kesesuaian. Misalnya dalam membuat pemulihan antara difabel yang menjadi difabel sejak bencana, misalnya ada pengalaman gitu ya, seorang yang menjadi difabel akibat gempa bumi itu di Yogyakarta gitu. Penanganannya itu tidak sama dengan yang sudah sejak awal difabel. Jadi dalam tahap pemulihan itu yang menjadi difabel pasca bencana membutuhkan rata-rata 2-3 tahun. Perlu melibatkan misalnya dari kalangan dokter, psikolog gitu.
Mohon maaf, Mas Hanif, untuk waktunya sudah selesai. Mohon maaf. Kita bisa
keterlibatan difabel dalam penanggulangan bencana yang inklusif, saya membaginya menjadi 4. Yang pertama itu kan pembuatan dan perumusan kebijakan. Tujuannya itu agar produk kebijakan yang dibuat tidak berdasarkan asumsi. Jadi saat membicarakan difabel, berarti kan membicarakan pengalaman perjalanan hidup seorang difabel.
Baik. Mohon maaf,
Hal tersebut hanya bisa dialami oleh difabel. Oleh karena itu, kalau tidak melibatkan difabel, dalam artian hanya kebijakan dari non-difabel itu hanya berdasarkan asumsi mereka, subjektif, enggak objektif. Oleh karena itu, nantinya adalah kebijakan yang dibuat berbasis kebutuhan, tidak kontraproduktif, gitu. Tidak akan sia-sia. Nanti kebutuhannya itu kan bersifat sistemik ya. Sistemik dalam artian itu tadi dari proses mitigasi,
kita bisa untuk melanjutkan
sampai pemulihan itu.
Perhaps the committee can help us.
Yang terakhir itu semuanya nanti akan menciptakan.
Baik, mohon maaf Mas Hanif atas ketidaknyamanan yang terjadi. Mohon maaf juga untuk seluruh peserta. Our deepest apology for all of these things. So basically the time has elapsed. Thank you so much for that insightful and also inspiring presentation, Mr. Hanif. Our deepest apology for that kind of treatment, but we will further discuss your substance in the further of our discussions. So honorable guests, distinguished speakers, and esteemed participants, throughout his presentation, we learned like a lot, abundance of understanding and also wisdom on how to increase disability participation to reduce the risk and loss and damage. We now understand that people with disability is not people with no abilities, but people with different abilities. They demand a differentiated treatment, and they need to be upheld and support to stay at the forefront of us to fight against climate change. And we hope that we can further discuss this later in our next discussion. Thank you so much, Mr. Hanif. So, ladies and gentlemen, for the next speaker, basically after we learned a lot on how we get a macro perspective on renewable energy, on how, for example, it's related to sustainable development goals. We already learned a lot about the conservation that already carried out in the grassroots and also in the Philippines and Asean countries. And we know like a lot on how we have to include the voice of minority, the voice of the most vulnerable groups to be included in our policy-making process, especially for the loss and damage treatment. I think it's really important for us to communicate all of those substances in a better and effective way. Hence, for the next speaker, we will be welcoming Mr. Prihadi as a podcaster at Talk Disaster and also disaster management enthusiast and TV journalist. He will be highlighting so many idea and also substance related to the how we can create the mass communications and also related to the loss and damage to the disaster and climate change, and will be cover the disaster management and climate change on how, for example, we have to communicate the loss and damage as well as disaster and climate change throughout the digital media, and also creating a strategy of mainstreaming the loss and damage to the wider audiences. Before he begins to present his speech, I'll be briefly telling about his educational background. So he is pursuing educational background on State University of Jakarta and pursuing Master of Disaster Management, University of Erlangga. His specialization on disaster management and also journalist. He has very so many professional experiences by the speaker of regional webinar on engagement in media, tsunami, and many more. For Mr. Prihadi, are you there?
Yes, I'm here waiting. Thank you.
I hope that you are staying safe and sound. Thank you so much, Mr. Prihadi.
Okay.
For 15 minutes ahead, you may now have the floor.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, good morning, all participants and all speakers. In the Mainstreaming Loss and Damage Among Asian Countries Center for Disaster Studies, ITB University, in collaboration with Samuel Biotrop and PRA Information Technology. How are you guys? Thank you for the committee for this opportunity. My name is Prihadi Adi, a disaster management enthusiast, graduate from Magister of Disaster Management, Erlangga University, also TV journalist on Metro TV. I will deliver the mass communication of loss and damage to disaster and climate change for the next 15 minutes. So can you help me for the next slide? Okay, this is the title, the mass communication of loss and damage to the disaster and climate change. Next slide, please. Okay. Okay, we have to know first about the climate change. Climate change is a significant change in climate, also air temperature and rainfall ranging from decades to millions of years. Climate change also occurs due to the increasing concentration of carbon dioxide gas and other gas in the atmosphere that cause the greenhouse gas effect. So we have to know also about the impact of climate change. For example, increase in extreme high sea level, increase in warm temperature extremes, decrease in cold temperature extreme, and
My apology, Mr. Prihadi. Your voice was missing.
Okay, I have to lose my masker. This is a protocol. Okay, you hear my voice clearly now?
Yep.
Okay, can we see the previous slide, the second slide? Impact of global warming. We have to know that global warming already made the glacier melting. This is causing sea level rise. We can compare. Maybe after you can see photo between Swiss glacier in 1909 versus 2004, also in Mid Glacier in Alaska, compare in year 1941 versus 2008. I will give you another example. In recent days, in many countries, in the middle of July, Zhengzhou province in China, rainfall causing floods in just one day. 12 people died, passenger caused trapped in subway. A week earlier, a flood also happened in Western Germany, left a trail of devastations. And then German Chancellor Angela Merkel said that climate changes as a potential contributor to this tragic event in Germany. Meanwhile, wildfire in Nevada, United States. Dwi Korita, head of BMKG, said that climate change until the end of the 21st century, where extreme conditions during a rainy season will get wetter, and then and during the dry seasons, it will be even drier, and the frequency of occurrence of the recent period will be shorter, and the intensity will be high. Change in everyday temperature are the most common indicator of climate change. So let's take a look. So we have to be worried, but at least we have already a contingency plan to make it better. So let's take a look in the next slide. Next slide, please. Speaking of disaster, we have a cycle of disaster management. The next question is, it's not a question, but perhaps the question is, what are we supposed to do? This section, there are 4 sections, must be addressed with an action or policy as a step for preparedness, response, recovery, and also in mitigation. Then, where is the role of mass communications? Where is the role of the media in the cycle? Before we find the answer, it's better us to refresh the item of cycle, also how to handle it. In preparedness, flood forecasting and warning. This is a step. And in floodcast in German, flood early warning system was at work. It causing devastation in the country. In the response, we have to public warning system, search and rescue, evacuations, and also emergency operations. And then in recovery, we have to temporary housing, and then prevention of epidemics, reconstruction of infrastructure. And in mitigation, we have to river improvement, for example. So where is the role of mass communication? The media play a role in the disaster management cycle, in which there are community, the governments, entrepreneurs, academic, and journalists. So you guys still remember about pentahelix from Doni Monardo? Yes. The journalists are part of pentahelix. And media monitor and provides information to the public regarding what, why, how, where, and who. 5W and what H. That's it. Next slide, please. I remember a quotation from Sutopo. You guys remember Sutopo? He said that once occasion in Manado, he said that media, it's okay. The media is multiplier for BNPD and BPBD in disaster management. The media is able to influence politic decisions, change behavior, and save society. What the public thinks often depends on what the public receives from the media. No matter how sophisticated a person or government in dealing with disaster, without the help of media, publication, it's nothing. So, because no one in the community knows what he has done in handling the disaster that occurred for saving life. That's the point, for saving life. So, in terms of delivering about weather, in short period, in this slide, and climate for long period, in Indonesia, we have BMKG, or Meteorological, Climatological, and Geophysical Agency. From website bmgg.go.id, in the recent slide, we can find easily the weather report or forecasting. Also, a satellite image, the day without raining, and so on and so on. Media can use those resources from BMKG and delivering or provide those information to public. Government, for example, to take actions, to make a policy as a part of prevention, a mitigation for saving life, of course. When government have an actions, a part of prevention from disaster, wildfires or flood, for example, media with mass communication will take part of disaster management to deliver those policy to the community. And then next slide, please. So what next after? We have to strategy mainstreaming to wider audience to have one goal for saving life, for saving many lives. First is a regulatory framework. We have to work with the framework between the institution, also in the media, community, like the academy, you guys in ITB, Pusat Bencana IPB, you have to part of this regulatory framework for since from pre-disaster and disaster and post-disaster. Also have the important the commitment between you guys, the academic, the government, journalists, the community, to build formally informal cooperation between institution or institution on a media. From that point, we have to make a standard operation procedure is necessary. If information from policymaker, sources of information received in good way. That's the point. We have to gather, we have to deliver in a good way in order that community will receive, will understand what's going on, what's the policy of the government to make better life, to make better organized, to handle the disaster in the climate change, for example. So make sure that a communication system that can be applied to the various platforms, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, for example. You guys have a TikTok maybe, but I have not I kind of type TikTok. Not only for TV, but also radio, also mobile device, such as mobile phone, social media application, website. So strategy mainstreaming the wider audience to avoid loss and damage due to disaster and climate change, or to saving many lives. And then disaster management information that includes various information when disaster will are currently and has to be occurred. The handling of disaster information, which should be a reflection of managerial application of information from the results of the communication plan in disaster problem. The point of the involve the media and the workers in the field of the disaster is providing information in the form of reports and developing of events and action, direct or indirect, sending or resending the message from the government, also from the academic, and providing assistance, help people, assistance to the community, the victim of disaster, and reduce the number of victims. That's the point of mass media, to minimize the victim, to saving life. That's we have to framework to do that, not only for journalists, but also in Pentahelix Academy, you guys in IB, and also the participants, and also the speakers, and the government, and the academic and journalists also. So thank you very much for participating.
Cool. Thank you so much, Mas Prihadi, for
Thank you very much.
Very insightful presentation. So we know like a lot on how we are trying to create a strategy on how the mitigations on climate disaster and relief can take into account. And we can actually further discuss related to how we can create effective research and also strategy for us to be enacted in our disaster management communications and any other stuff in the next discussion. Thank you so much for that insightful presentation.
Okay.
So,
thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yeah, for further discussion, we would like to highlight, after we learn like a lot on how we better communicate the loss and damage and mainstreaming it to the better strategy that we can do. For the last speaker, we would like to mention Ms. Anissa Hasana to come on board with us. So we will be discussing related to the best practices and strategies for the public awareness that really emphasize on the importance of raising public awareness regarding loss and damage and the most appropriate strategy and method to raise public awareness in first world. So before she began his presentation, I'd like to briefly explain about his background. He's now currently as a CEO at CP Eco Fund Indonesia, one of the leading game for climate. Also is pursuing master's degree on science and landscape architecture at IPB University and having very numerous specialization on social entrepreneurship, writing, environmental, and creative education. She has so many achievements throughout her journey, be it to the first place in UN Impact ASEAN Youth Innovation Challenge in Bangkok, and many more. Mrs. Anissa? Okay, cool. Perhaps for 15 minutes ahead, you may now have the floor.
All right. Okay. So can I share the screen? So, okay. So. Okay. So I hope you can see the screen. Let me click this one. Okay. Yeah. So hi everyone. First of all, thank you for IPB University, P Area, and Siamio Biotrop for inviting me. I'm hoping the audience will still here because it will be quite. It's a quite long workshop, so I hope you can still put your spirit in this presentation. So my name is Anissa. I'm the founder of Ecofanopoly, and I'm currently pursuing a PhD and majoring in environmental education in Kyoto University, Japan. And today I had a chance to share about my experience in showcasing the best practice and also sharing a little bit about the strategy, how we can aim for public awareness, especially in climate change education. Okay, so I'm going to start with talking about what's around us right now. So especially in the perspective of knowledge and awareness among the individuals. As we all know that like our Earth now is occupied by 7.9 billion people, which, it's quite a lot. It's quite a high number. And if we can ask, like, do you think like everyone has the same understanding about climate change, about the cause and effect, especially about the loss and damage? And of course, the answer is no, like not everyone have a same awareness. So which is why the lack of awareness is still happening around us. As we can see, it can be reflected by the action that done by humans. And also we still can see some people already aware with the issues, but not everyone wants to take an action. So this is something that we should consider about trying to find a way to reduce the loss and damage, because loss and damage is actually, it's all about actions, not just about only to understand about these issues. And then I also can see in the past recent years that actually there are many research out there, and it's very interesting and provoking research, but then there was a knowledge gap there where this kind of environmental issues is very complex. I'm sure you understand, like especially when if I have a my major is in landscape architecture, where I have this experience learning about climate change, and I know it's pretty complex to understand. And I know that there are many people out there are coming from non-scientific community where they have no idea about these issues. Maybe for people like us in this room, we have this basic idea about the climate change. So which is why there is a gap that between this complex knowledge and also how can we approach to the non-scientific community. So which is why we see that there is a need to put some kind of certain tools or media and focusing on simplifying the issue, but also not just simplifying, but we can create a better learning outcome, as well as we can aim for behavior change. And then, so I'm gonna go a little bit to explain a bit theory about this, how we can involve more people, how we can engage public into these issues. So we see like there are some certain steps to start from giving the opportunity for the public to get an access. So this access mean like how to access or disseminate issue to some certain groups, and also how we can adopt some medias. And we believe that to achieve a better climate change educational goals, we should adopt some familiar media, like to provide a better information, education and communication strategy. And also, after we provide this access, we of course expecting to involve the public more, so they have this participation into this climate change issues. So I want to point out in the stage of participation that the inclusivity is, I think, hold a very important role. What I mean inclusive, I think it's very nice, like in this workshop, like we actually not we are including some like people from like for example like the disabled group of people, and this is such a good method to make the inclusive value as part of the participations, because we believe that the achievement of the successful of climate change impact is actually rely on every people, not just some certain of group. And also the next after participation, like we believe that if the public can participate more, they can earn this sense of control. So what it means, like sense of control, like they have this kind of understanding about their own role as individuals, as a community member, and also as the global citizen. So it's actually important when we think about climate change, so we know like how we put ourselves as an individual, like from the local level, what we can do as an individual, but also we think a little bit far. If we are like one from the 7.9 billion people, like how we can make a change, like this small change, it can make a bigger impact to the world, to the earth. And then of course at the end of this theory of change, we're expecting that we can achieve this outcome, where mostly in the world of science communications, after we having this kind of knowledge transfer, we have this kind of practice, we aim for these 4 goals for the outcome. First is the knowledge, of course, like acquiring the knowledge, like what we did maybe in the university, but then it's not enough. So we have to go into the awareness, where when we know we got the knowledge, we should be aware of about these issues. And this can be continued to achieve attitude change. So I think it's very important steps before we going into more sustainable actions. So we have this attitude change where we think, like you have the entry level of having the idea of I want to stop using plastic bag from now on, and that's the attitude that you build. And then after that, when you keep repeating that actions, we achieve this behavior change. So this is like the idea of we can try to engage the public about climate change. And then okay, so I'm gonna go a little bit to the example of what we're doing. So my team and I, we're currently running a small enterprise called EcoFund Indonesia. So basically, we try to communicate with people through games, and we believe that game has a powerful way to educate people, because there are many kind of advantage elements inside games rather than other medias, because we believe that climate change education should be more experience based than the output based. So it's good to have an experience of learning about the loss and damage during the learning itself. And the concept of this game is actually player can learn about sustainability, about green issues through playing, which I'm gonna explain after this. And in case if you don't know about the gaming world, so there is a term of serious game. So serious game is defined as a game that is not merely like not aiming only for entertainment, but also as a tool to engage people to understand about some specific issues, which here, for example, it's a climate change. And so Ecofonopoly is actually a serious game. So we actually try to modify some of the existing games that, of course, I think most of you know about, like Monopoly games, right? It's very popular. And actually for that reason, we understand that it's kind of easy to provide a media that's very familiar to the audience so that we can insert the knowledge and we can focus more on sharing the message rather than understanding the complex mechanic of the game. And I'm gonna give a little bit example of Ecofanopoly because I'm sure maybe you have no idea what is Ecofanopoly. So actually, Ecofanopoly, if you see this board game, so this photo is actually one of our life-size board game. We do have several size of the game. We have like small, we have medium, and we have a big size. And this big size actually we make it just to attract the young people to play because this is quite attractive. And whenever we have like kind of physical events, but unfortunately during this pandemic we have to postpone this kind of activities for a while. And if we try to compare with for example, the Monopoly game, maybe you remember like the mission of the game is like you learn to be rich, right? Like the winner is the richest, like when you have the property, you have the money. But we don't do that in Ecofanopoly. We, instead of using the money as the currency, we actually use carbon credits. So if you see on the picture, like this, there is a hand like holding the small rounded gray shape. So that's actually the carbons. So each player will receive carbon, so not money, and the mission that they have to reduce the carbon based on what they did. So the concept of loss damage is actually there. So for example, when the player roll the dice and they go to one box, and if you see on the board, there is like a box of shopping, consumption, traveling, and so on. For example, the player go to this shopping box, so you'll get a card of questions. So the question is really based on what you've done in the past few days, and you have to answer it like honestly. So you cannot lie. So it's actually based on what you did. For example, like there is question like in the past 3 days, have you ever refused a plastic bag when you shop at Warung or you shop somewhere? And then you like the player has to answer like, yeah, if they refuse or they accept the plastic. Like for example, if they refuse means like maybe the player bring their own reusable bag. So it means good, right? So it means they try to refuse the consumption of plastic bag. If it's good, then they can reduce the carbon in their hands, like for example 2 carbons. So the less carbon that they have, the better chance, the higher chance they win the game. And if they do something bad for the environment, it's not good. So it means like the player will lose if they keep adding more carbon. So what the idea of like what we want, why we want to make this game, like we want to make some kind of the idea of climate change relatable to them, like something like really close and not very far, not talking more about the polar bear is dying. Like that story is actually good for us to understand. Like I try not to ignore that, but it's good to bring some kind of local issues into the game and they can feel relatable. And also we like this game, we're expecting that can stimulate them to make a change, even it start from very small things. And also the good thing from games as a media to engage the public, to raise awareness, that the adaptability is really high. So even during the pandemic, because we don't have a chance to showcase the game physically, meeting the youth directly, but we can use it like a Zoom platform. So basically, last year during the pandemic 2020, we run several online game sessions, and we can do it like during the workshop, and it's still so far it's still fun. Of course, as someone who love to have some kind of physical interaction in games, I prefer to do more into physical, but I know at the moment it's not possible. So I think it's still, like, in summary, it's the game has quite a power to make adaptability and to build a relatable content, especially in climate change issues. And for the next one is I'm gonna talk a little bit about like our past project, because gladly EcoFund Indonesia, we had a chance to collaborate with so many prominent organizations, and we believe in the power of collaborations with some organization, because we understand we cannot work alone. So, and every organization has their own expertise, like they can give valuable contributions, especially in building the content, in providing some research-based knowledge, and we can build it as a game. And so this is one of the project that we done on ASEAN level. So we have this series of campaign using the EcoFun games, and we did the project in 3 ASEAN countries. So first in Indonesia, and then in the Philippines, and next in Myanmar. And if you see the poster, so there are some list of activities. So we believe that by giving them many kinds of stimulation. Okay. So I think we believe these 3 countries have some kind of similarity in terms of the challenge about their constraint related to climate change, and it's true. So we had a chance to showcase this game. We play with the kids there, and they really love the game, and they learn something. And I think speaking of creating an impact, it's good for us to think about the bigger scale. Like we can start from the local level, because what we did is we start from IPB. So I start this project from when I was on first semester during my bachelor degree, and then I try to bring this game into a wider community. So yeah, this is such a good experience, even for me. Okay, I think that's all from me. I hope the time is enough. So thank you very much. I'm giving back to moderator. Oh, sorry, if you have any, I know the presentation is short, it's very short. So if you're interested to know more, you can visit our website, www.ecofund.id, and you can visit our Instagram. Of course, you can follow. And I saw because some audience are actually from university, like students, right? So because this year we're gonna have a upcoming project in running a water champion game in Bogor City, and we're looking for volunteers maybe soon. So I hope you can, if maybe some of you interested to be a volunteer, you can update the information later at our Instagram, and of course we're gonna post the recruitment very soon. So feel free to connect with us to email, website, or Instagram. So thank you so much. Back to moderator.
Thank you so much, Ms. Anissa, for that insightful and also inspiring presentations from the theory of change to the applications of eco-monopoly. I hope that we can immediately play that kind of game during this pandemic. We think that it can help us to seize the moment and also enjoy the life. Thank you so much, Ms. Anissa, and thank you so much for all speakers. Now we will begin and proceed to the next sessions of our discussion. So basically, we already received so many questions from our participants, and we'll immediately try to ask the questions from the participant to each speakers. And first and foremost, we will be asking to Ms. Anissa, or the apology due to the time constraint. Perhaps there are only several questions that can be asked and raised to each speakers. So for the first question, I'll be asking the question coming from, wait a minute. From Jabrina Haria Junior from Unanala, Jawa Timur High School. So the question is, how do the millennial generation provide education to protect the environment for the balance of the earth to people who may still not understand the information? And what if the activity is rejected by the local community? Perhaps Ms. Anissa, you can go onward. And with additional information, perhaps related to the next questions, related to the efficacy of eco-monopoly for the next few years, how to get people's attention to be interested in participating in this game, and how it can actually be sustainable in the long run. Perhaps that's the question coming from our participant. For now, you can immediately.
Okay. I'm not sure if I can answer like quite good because like a time limitation, but okay, I'll try my best. So for the first question about the millennial generation, so actually I came from millennial. Of course, I'm still a millennial, and I believe like the power of every generation, like, you know, and some certain of generation, they adopt this kind of media. For example, like for millennials, maybe we're very savvy on using Facebook, Instagram, and then maybe the younger ones like Generation Z, I think they're more into TikTok. And I believe like all kinds of media are kind of useful to use, like you to share the voice about this kind of issues. because I see some TikTok content that are actually talking about this climate change, about something that we can do. And so yeah, I feel like adopting using the current media, I think is important to use, because and depends on the user that you want to aim. For example, like my work, because we aim for these teenagers and children, so I think it's good to bring this game. And I think related to the next question, like what is the activity is rejected by the local community? So I think you have to find out, you know, like the actually I don't understand the like the meaning of rejected. Like is it like let's say when we came and say like we want to have this program and they rejected? I think there's so many reasons, there's so many factors, not just because they're not interested to our maybe like our project. So maybe I cannot answer further to that, but maybe for the next chance. And then for the question about the effectiveness of game, and of course I cannot say at the moment like the Ecofanopoly is the most effective one, but we have some kind of evidence because we tried to test the game in the past with the kids, and we have this kind of very simple measurement. And actually, this is the reason why I do my PhD right now, because I want to find some kind of answer how to create a better, effective tools to engage like the youth of especially the game. My research is about serious games, and I think there's a possibility in the future that this game might be adapted more, because we're still having a challenge of trying to penetrate the market, because in Indonesia, not everyone play board games. I think we have to admit, like everyone play, I don't know, like Mobile Legends, all the gaming, digital gaming stuff. And but I'm kind of a bit still idealistic of still keeping as a board game, but we're open to, let's say in the future we can build computer games. But we have to set the right learning goals, so not just, you know, like trying to make a digital and gain more users, but we want to be more focused on how we can achieve the learning outcomes. If digital games can create a better goals, it will, then why don't we just go for it? So I'm sure, I'm optimist, of course, as the founder, it will be more effective in the future. And do I have time to answer another questions, or I think
Sure,
I
if you don't mind, perhaps you can further your answer, or if it's okay.
yeah, I think I'm sorry.
If you have any other answer,
Yeah,
perhaps you can go with it.
Yeah, maybe for the misinformation about, so for the next question about the misinformation that makes public confused. So this is some kind of the homework of many educators, like, because even for us, I built Ecofanopoly game when it was 12 years ago, when I was still in bachelor degree, and I see the development when I start making the prototype, and then now we have the latest version of the game, and we see like knowledge has been updated. And of course there might be some misinformation, but of course we cannot lose the hope of keep giving knowledge to the public, especially the youth. But of course, even for us as educators and as a game designer, we have to think how we can avoid this kind of misinformation. But I'm sure people might get confused because there was some kind of misunderstanding during the learning. But yeah, what we can do is just don't give up, like keep educating, keep playing games. So yeah, I think that's the answer for now. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Ms. Anissa, for that answer. So basically, the tipping point is that how we can be optimistic to solve the problem from the very simplest way, like doing this game, doing having fun. But of course, we do some sort of climate actions, especially for early childhood development. And also regarding to the efficacy, we think that it is really effective. It can be like packaged in a very simplest way, so that people can easily understand about how to grab the information and also the substance of this climate action. Thank you so much for Ms. Anissa. And for the next question, we'll be moving on to Mr. Wira. Perhaps the question coming from Ananda Surya. So the question would be how to overcome the scarcity of these resources in the midst of the current pandemic era. Is there a solution from the government in itself or from the people to overcome these kinds of issue? And perhaps I'd like to add some more related to this current pandemic. How can, especially developing countries, can also prioritize its climate action, because there is some sort of research coming from Danny Roderick in the Harvard Kennedy School that the developing countries are diagnostically have a tendency to do some sort of exploitations of nature resource to do some sort of economic regain, and also in the post-COVID world, due to the loss in the post-COVID world, so that they need to immediately reach more and more resources to recover their own loss due to this pandemic. How can developing countries, especially Indonesia and other ASEAN countries, can actually internalize the climate action to that kinds of growth scheme? Thank you so much. Perhaps Mr. Mahawira, you can come over.
All right. Wow, that's a that's a very challenging question you posed there. A very good one indeed. So yeah, I mean, we have always seen how during times of crisis, the elites, especially it's called elite capture, they have a tendency to then exploit nature more for their own benefit. So there's always, I mean, for me, there are always different levels of actions that we can take, that we can do, depending on what you actually want to do and how much you're willing to sacrifice for it. At the personal level, we can raise awareness about this issue of elite capture and ask for the government to do more in terms of climate action. At the meso level, lots of researchers have shown how our conception of the global economy has been disrupted by the pandemic. But at the same time, if you notice, we are able to more or less do similar amounts of work and quite effectively using internet infrastructure, be that as it may in ASEAN and Indonesia, that our internet reach is not as stable or as strong as developed countries, but yet we can still do lots of schooling, lots of working for the last year and a half, and we realize that we can work with less energy use. Because we see also how PLN is registering less energy use. So that for me is telling that our current system needs to be reimagined, and we can do it, we can change, we are doing it. We just need to remind our elites who are controlling how the developmental pathway of Indonesia is to the future, that we do not need to go back to coal. That during 2020, there are research from Climate and Research funded by CLUA, I think, showed just how we don't need to use so much coal. We don't need to go back to building coal power plants, because lots of coal power plants that were being built are being delayed, and yet we can live without them. Java has a reserve margin of over 40%. So we are producing more than 40% of the required energy use. Of course, for stability, usually you do want to have a bit of a reserve margin, but usually 10-15% is more than sufficient, not 40%. And this means that if we push for it, we can push for more renewable energy to feed into the system. There are myths pertaining renewable energy about intermittency, etc., which shouldn't be an issue nowadays, especially for the Java grid, especially because we already have a smart grid in Java. Maybe in the outskirts, yes, but again, we could also make it that renewable energy systems are off-grid, they have their own microgrids. Now, there is a reason why we have such a big grid. It has to do with PLN being the single buyer. There's a whole different discussion we can have, but what I would say, we can change, we can do better climate action. We need to push for it. Now, the question about how the scarcity of resources, this pandemic has been a litmus test. It's a stress test showing just how fragile our globalized market economy is. And the same thing or even worse will happen when climate impacts start to really come in. As I said, we will see major disruptions to global trade. That is why we need more, smaller is beautiful, more modular systems, and renewables are a way to get there. Government action, especially in Indonesia, some different countries in ASEAN have done different things. I think one of the best in ASEAN, their response for the pandemic, considering their economic status, is Vietnam. Of course, Singapore can do very well because they're already wealthy, but we can learn from them. Contract tracing really close everything off, and the government does support for basic needs for their people. But that was a decisive government action, which I think the leaders of our country can learn from. But again, we should push for that. But as citizens as well, solar PV is getting cheaper. We can retrofit it on our homes. We can become more resilient. We can share a bit more with our fellow countrymen. We can start small. We can start now. It doesn't have to be big actions, but what I will beseech you to remember is that we need to do the small actions to survive. It's a band-aid for the next day, but we need to remember that we still have an arm broken and we have to fix the bone. We have to do the major structural changes as well, and we have to push for it. It's not either or. It's not that, okay, I just put on the band-aid and it will be done. No, we need to do both, and we can. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for that very strong argument, Mr. Wiradulan. So basically the tipping point is that how we can actually push the government to do some better climate actions and do some better response to the current pandemic, and how, for example, we do some green transitioning on technology and also energy. And also we have to recognize that there is a slot and also the spot for grassroots initiative to come on board to do some initiative in developing renewable energy as a forms of doing the climate action. And we can see that there are lots of numerous examples on how, for example, Trimumpuni with the micro hydro and also Ricky Alson with solar panel in grassroots level. Perhaps we can actually talk more about it in the next discussion. Thank you so much, Mr. Wira, for that insightful answer. So yeah, we are moving on for the next questions. So the next question will goes to Mr. Mohanif. And perhaps the committee can actually send Mr. Hanif to convert. And yeah, for Mr. Mohanif, the question is, what if there is a disability whose infrastructure related to information is still minimal and they still do not understand related to the information conveyed? What is the solutions and what is the role of youth in the future so that they can help in to support? Perhaps you can also further discussing about your previous substance related to the policy that is still needed for these people with disabilities to come on board with us to do some climate action to address the issue on loss and damage. Mungkin Mas Hanif silakan untuk menjawab pertanyaannya. Sebelumnya mohon maaf Mas Muhanif untuk belum di-unmute. And perhaps the committee can help us to solve this issue. Baik.
Sudah muncul.
Audible. Ya, sudah muncul Mas
Mohon maaf itu ya.
Oke. Silakan Mas Manif untuk melanjutkan paparannya.
Ya, terima kasih atas pertanyaannya. Pertama terkait dengan sarana dan prasarana yang masih minim gitu. Dalam gerakan isu difabel itu kita mengenal semacam konselor sebaya gitu. Ya. Konselor sebaya itu ya bisa dimainkan oleh misalnya keluarga, sesama teman gitu, sesama difabel maupun organisasi individu yang peduli terhadap difabel gitu. Jadi saat akses informasi minim, salah satu solusi yang selama ini paling cocok itu adalah melibatkan konselor sebaya. Contohnya ada seorang difabel mental hanya bisa didekati oleh orang-orang tertentu saja yang sudah terbiasa gitu. Makanya itu misalnya kalau melibatkan orang yang masih terhitung baru agak kesusahan. Begitu juga dengan beberapa difabel intelektual gitu. Pendekatannya, metodenya biasanya hanya semacam dipahami oleh orang-orang yang sudah terbiasa berinteraksi dengan mereka. PR-nya di situ. Dalam beberapa kali kesempatan, misalnya itu yang di Jogja itu kan ada semacam lembaga yang fokus ke difabel mental dan intelektual. Beberapa kali dalam pelaksanaan sosialisasi maupun program kegiatannya itu selalu melibatkan mereka. Itu contohnya. Tetapi kita juga misalnya konselor sebaya itu kan misalnya belum
My apology for Mr. Muhanif. Your voice is muted. Mungkin Mas Muhanif bisa untuk unmute kembali. Baik.
Sudah muncul, mohon maaf
sudah,
ya. Nah, jadi apa namanya? Tadi sudah sampai mana? Tadi suaranya sudah sampai mana?
Sudah sampai konselor sebaya. Kenapa itu penting dan kenapa kita harus mengupayakan itu?
Oke. Jadi konselor sebaya itu kan berasal dari keluarga, bisa teman sama difabel maupun organisasi dan lembaga yang peduli terhadap difabel. Jadi mereka yang punya pendekatan yang akses informasinya lebih terjangkau ke difabel. Tetapi karena mereka itu bukan ahlinya, perlu ada sinergi dengan institusi atau lembaga kebencanaan, misalnya training konselor sebaya untuk penanggulangan bencana yang inklusif, itu sangat penting sekali. Terus terkait dengan generasi muda, utamanya generasi milenial gitu, yang perlu saya tekankan gitu. Pertama, harus menggunakan pendekatan atau paradigma jangka panjang. Jadi ketika generasi muda bergerak sekarang, maka harus punya pola seluruhnya jangka panjang, karena saya beberapa kali pengalaman dengan generasi yang sudah tua gitu, mereka pola pikirnya masih paradigma lawas gitu, misalnya menganggap difabel itu berbasis belas kasihan, tidak sempurna, tidak mampu. Maka harapan saya ini generasi muda punya pola pikir mainstream difabel yang berbeda dibandingkan generasi yang tua. Bisa nanti setelah mainstreaming, bisa misalnya lewat Facebook maupun Instagram dan media sosial lainnya. Yang terakhir, ini yang paling penting, sekarang generasi muda dihadapkan pada semacam kita ini dituntut untuk semacam memberikan data yang seilmiah mungkin. Makanya itu nanti sebisa mungkin dalam pembuatan kebijakan itu generasi muda harus berbasis data yang terpilah dan sistemik. Analisisnya harus berbasis multisektor, karena selama ini difabel hanya dipandang misalnya dari sisi sosial, Kementerian Sosial, padahal itu perlu melibatkan multisektor, nggak cuma domain Kementerian Sosial saja. Nah, terus ya harapan saya nanti ada semacam kolaborasi antara difabel, organisasi penyandang difabel, dan institusi atau lembaga yang terkait kebencanaan. Kolaborasi itu nantinya yang akan membuat semacam kebijakan kebencanaan yang inklusif. Titik poinnya di situ. Terima kasih.
So, thank you so much, Mr. Muhanif, for the very substantive answer. So, basically, the 13 points are twofold. Number one, in order for us to include and also to increase the participation of people with disabilities in doing climate actions, it is really important for us to be a solution. And it is important for us to enacting a scheme for peer-to-peer scheme to help these people with disability which for facing the hurdles and also the constraints of infrastructure or any kinds of issue integration. And also it is really important for this peer-to-peer to be intertwined with institutional governance approach on how there is some sort of collaboration scheme between the peer-to-peer and the institutional or the government in itself by using the pentahelix perhaps, and it can actually become much more comprehensive and also inclusive policy for everyone that is data driven. It's also important for us to uphold and urge for data driven policy, and so also put these people with disabilities in the front lines of our actions in doing and facing and addressing the idea of loss and damage in the first place. Thank you so much for that very insightful answer, Mr. Hanif. So for the next question, belong to Mr. Prihadi. So basically, we have so many questions to you, Mr.
Okay.
Prihadi.
I try the
So
best.
yes, you are. So
Okay.
So the question is, what can be done by millennials so that they also can participate in preventing natural disaster caused by climate? This question coming from Zabrina from Taruna Nala Jawa Timur High School. And also the second question is, what is your view on deforestation in Indonesia, which has a huge impact on the environment and our ecosystem? And this is this question coming from Ibnu Hajar from Polbangtan, Goa. So this is from around Indonesia. So for the next question will be how to wait a minute. I often hear that the more we use the internet to download a file or other, it will release gas into air and can cause climate change. Is that true? And how can it be true? Thank you. I think that's the question that is coming from our participant.
Can you repeat the first question?
Cool. So the first question is that, wait a minute.
Because the voice is not clear.
Oh, my apology. Yeah, sure. So what can be done by millennials so that they participate in preventing natural disaster caused by climate change? Perhaps you can intertwine with the idea of media mainstream.
One by one. Can you one by one, because I worried to forget the next question. Okay, the millennial participant. So I think I have to say congratulations for your millennial, because in this era you have a lot of opportunity, a lot of canal like social media to explore what your expertise, like Anissa, for example, as a young generation in Indonesia, with their capacity, with her expertise, can involve to reduce the climate change. So you don't have to pose a lot of the questions with what I have to do in part of reduce the climate change. In your community, for example, you don't have to throw the something not good in the river. Is the part. So maybe you have to realize the simple thing that you can do as a part of millennial to reduce the climate change in the small steps. Just it. You don't have to take a part of position like a governor, like institutions. It's so big. It's so huge to think because it's so difficult. So take the action with a small step. If you have a Twitter, if you have a TikTok, you can produce like a video tutorial to make reduce using recycling something in your community, among your friends, in university. This simple idea for the big step for the earth. So you don't have to think so wide. Make a small step to a bigger influence. That's it.
Okay, thank you so much for that answer. So the tipping point is that how we can do based on our from the very simplest one, perhaps from minimizing our ecological footprint, I guess, and we think we can do it by ourselves. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Prihadi. So for the next question, maybe related to the idea on your view related to deforestation in Indonesia, which really has a huge impact on the environment and ecosystem. And perhaps it can be intertwined with the last question related to the downsides of internet related to the that can cause the climate change.
Okay, for deforestation, I think has a significant impact on the climate change because on that cause of the cause of climate change, weather changes. It's also because of human behavior. You get this point? The climate change and the deforestation is about the human behavior. The deforestation, climate change, and the risk of fire, forest fires are directly linked. And the fire will in turn increase, of course, the concentration of the greenhouse gas in the atmosphere. So then what? So we have two mitigation steps. Appropriate punishment for forest logger and law enforcement is very important for us, for the government also. And the community have to control, observe their environment itself. Because if we depending depending to government to always punish the criminal, we can control itself by our community. So the community, you, for example, have to take a part of this event for this casualty. This part of mitigation, I think. That's the third question. And about the internet, release gas into the air and they cause climate change. I think I have no opinion for this. I think it's not my expertise to give the answer. So I think I have apologize.
Thank you so much, Mr. Priyadi. That's very fine. So yeah, thank you so much for that answer. So the issue related to deforestation, based on your views, is that the behavioral phenomenon that we can actually immediately mitigate and also try to adapt in the first place, and how we can take an action to minimize the case of deforestation in Indonesia in a greater scale. So yes,
all right.
And also the media can also play a role, right, much to prevent all of these things.
To observe and to control what the government already did to punish the criminal.
So the media can do the counterbalance approach here.
Yeah. Correct.
Thank you so much, Ahmad, for that answer. So last but not least, we'd like to raise the question to Mark. So for Manuel de la Paz, so the questions are twofold. Number one, related to what effort we must do to minimize the occurrence of pollution of seawater, which will damage the habitat around our ecosystem. Perhaps Mr. Manuel de la Paz can come on board.
Yes, can you repeat the question again?
So sure. So the question is, what efforts we must do to minimize the occurrence of pollutions of seawater, which will damage the habitat around our ecosystem?
Well, yeah, it's a good question, but it's a very broad question. There are so many things that are affecting the quality of water in our coastal habitats, and it can range from domestic pollution, industrial pollution. So like all the plastic waste that we throw into the rivers or our coastal areas, that does affect the quality of the water of our ecosystems. But we can also go through like if we have poor sewage system, that will also affect the water quality of our ecosystem. So we have to have an engineering solution to all these things. Like for example, in the Irrawaddy dolphin habitat that I'm researching, we found that there was high levels of coliform. So that means that basically means that the coastal communities in that area don't have a proper sewage system. So their fecal waste eventually find its way into the sea, which is also the habitat of the Irrawaddy dolphins. And so most of the human activities we have to really control
what we put into the water, especially if we just feel that the ocean is just a dumping site for our waste. That's not really a good way to see it. So we have to know that our waste will affect the marine ecosystem, and that marine ecosystem is where we find our food as well. So that's a very broad question, I guess, and there are so many things that are involved in that question that we have to address. But those are just some of the examples that I can probably say for now.
So, okay, thank you so much for that answer. So basically, the technological advancement play a part on minimizing the occurrence of this pollution in seawater, and also research process, and also governing the society behavior. It also matters, and there are broad ideas that we need to take into account to answer this question. Thank you so much for that answer, Mr. Manuel. So for the next question will be regarding the carbon absorption. There is an issue regarding carbon trading. What are the benefits and impact of carbon trading according to you? And are there many countries doing carbon trading right now? Perhaps.
Yeah, I saw that question, but unfortunately, I'm sorry, I don't think I'm capable to answer that question on carbon trading. I'm a marine biologist. I'm not really familiar with the valuation of carbon and carbon credits, but probably Miss Anissa can say something about that. Sorry, I can't answer that question.
Totally fine, Mr. Mark. So yeah, perhaps we can go for the next question related to the how, for example, there is a marine protected areas in localized level that's locally driven, and how can we actually globalize these locally driven practices in ASEAN, region, for example, on how, for example, we can have measurement on governing these marine protected areas in a larger scale.
Like a globalized marine protected area. Well, that can actually happen. I think a good example right now, which maybe a shared marine protected area, which is shared among nations. I think there has been proposals with what's happening right now with the South China Sea. If you're familiar, the South China Sea has been largely contested with competing countries like China, the Philippines, Vietnam. And because it's a really hot topic about territorial disputes, there have been scientists who have proposed that instead of competing on who owns that area, because basically it's a huge there is energy in that area, there's oil in that area. So a lot of marine scientists have also come out and saying that it's also a very important biodiversity area. So they have proposed like an inter-country alliance to protect that area from overfishing. So make that like a shared marine protected area among 3 countries like Vietnam, Philippines, and China, because that is really a huge investment to the global fisheries in general. It's not just that region, but the global fisheries where so many countries are also fishing in that area. So if we protect that area, that will really return 100-folds or 1,000-folds for fisheries.
Much for that answer. So yeah, there are also a question from our participants. So the question might be related to the previous discussions on how, for example, the local and indigenous group or community can do some sort of prevention of this catastrophic of climate change, and how they can actually deal with it in the local.
Well, I'd probably go with that the basic factor that will help the local people be more involved on the fight for climate change is, of course, to educate them right now. And because I really believe that education plays a very important role in the way the future generation will decide their policies and their actions and their plannings. That's why I'm really happy that Miss Anissa was able to like create a board game that will inculcate in the minds of the young children the consequences of their actions. Also with that is, of course, I think in line with education as well, we can also tap the local people, the local senior citizens, the elders of our community, because I think they are also the witnesses of how the world has changed in just a very short period of time, like how much resources we've lost in such a short period of time, how much development has changed the natural world, and how much the culture has also changed because of that. And as witnesses, as the elders, the witnesses, they can play a huge role in educating the next generation on, uh, like, tell them what are the things that the older generation did wrong that we probably can still prevent. So we have to learn from these experiences as well. So it's really a localized approach. I really believe in a localized approach. I know there are so much things that we can learn from textbooks or from people doing international conferences, but we have to also go to our local leaders because they know more about how much has changed, and they know our environment more than what we can probably learn from international contexts.
Cool. So thank you so much, Mr. Mark, for that answer. So this is also coherence with our idea on optimizing the localized practice of this natural resource governance,
Yes,
particularly
local
preventing
knowledge.
actions. Sorry, so the indigenous approach also happening in Indonesia when there is a Sasi Haruku in Maluku, for example, and other practices, awik-awik in Lombok and other areas that is really locally practiced, and they are initiated by indigenous group and community out there. So I think it's really important to really improve and also strengthen this kinds of approach in the region, and we have to take this accountable in the multilateral level. Thank you so much
And if I may add, yeah, it's really, I really believe that the indigenous cultures should be put in the spotlight because our indigenous cultures started from doing sustainable livelihood, able just to sustain their small communities. But right now, with the advent of globalization, we are consuming too much resources from other parts of the world, and it's really increasing our carbon footprint. So if we can go back to our grassroots and try to review the culture that our ancestors used to have, it was really more of a sustainable kind of livelihood or sustainable culture way of living. If we can go back to that and maybe learn how to be contented with what nature can provide us, then probably that is one of the best solutions to the climate crisis.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mark, for that answer. So, ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, and also esteemed speakers, so we are in the ends of our sessions of today's international workshop on mainstreaming loss and damage in among ASEAN countries. We really learned a lot on how, for example, we are trying to understand the concept of loss and damage in biodiversity perspective, and we know the loss and damage in relation to sustainable development in the macro level, and also increasing the participation of people with disabilities to reduce the risk and loss and damage, and also on how we conserve and strategize the action to reduce the loss and damage. And also, we already highlighted the idea of the mass communications of loss and damage due to disaster and climate change on how we can proliferate this issue and mainstreaming this principle in a very better way. And we also well aware about the best practice that we can do in order to meet the objective of today's meeting. We hope that the objective of today's international workshop to increase your knowledge, understanding, and awareness of community regarding the concept of loss and damage in climate change can be actually internalized in our perspective, in our paradigm. And also it is important for us to come on board, go hand in hand to mainstreaming the principle of loss and damage in our daily life. Thank you so much for everyone that's coming. Thank you so much for all the speakers. This is very rich and also abundant information that we can reach for these sessions. Sadly and unfortunately, our time has elapsed. Due to the time constraint, we'd like to give it the floor for the Regina for the next session. Thank you so much for me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah, thank you so much for the very dynamic session. And thank you, Imam Nuryaman, for moderator of the session. And also thank you for all of the presenters, Mr. Mahawira Dilon, Master of Science, Mr. Manuel Delapas, Master of Science, Mr. Muhanif Yasin Yusuf, Master of Arts, and Mr. Pirhadi, Master of Disaster Management, and Mrs. Anissa Hasanah, Master of Science. All right. Honorable distinguished speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen, in a series of mainstreaming loss and damage activities, we also held national competitions for youth among students and college students. This competition aims to increase youth awareness of the impact of loss and damage on climate change, in particular the impact on the biodiversity in tropical climates such as in Indonesia. And then the competition was held from the 1st June 2021 and has closed on 18 July 2021 with 5 categories such as photography, speech video, infographic, jingle, and business ideas. The total number of participants is 735 works, and one will be the favorite winner and also the best for each category. Now we will announce the awards. All right. Okay, the announcement of the winner of national competition, loss and damage in tropical biodiversity. For the most favorite in the photography category, the title of works is Taman Kota yang Hilang. Congratulations. And for the most favorite infographic, the title of works, Fakta Bencana Banjir Jakarta. Congratulations. And the next is the most favorite for video campaign category. The title of works is Jagalah Bumi untuk para generasi kita di masa mendatang. Congratulations. And for the most favorite jingle, the title of works is Unity in Biodiversity. Congratulations. Okay, we come to the best. For the photography category, the title of works is Hempas. Congratulations. Next, we come to the best of infographic category, with the title of works is Fakta Bencana Alam di Indonesia sepanjang 2020. Congratulations. Next, we come to the best video campaign category, with the title of works Generasi Muda Peduli Iklim. Congratulations. And for the best jingle category, we have title of works is Ayo Jaga. Congratulations. And the last is the best for business idea category. The title of works is Rescue Flood Technology. Automatic inflatable boat sebagai solusi anti kerusakan pada banjir. Congratulations. All right. So for your information, ladies and gentlemen, this announcement will also send by the email and also will announce in our official Instagram account cerdas_IPB and piarea.co.id. Okay, and congratulations for all of the awardees. We come to the next agenda. Now we are going to take the documentation. All participants, please turn the camera on. Okay. Because we have around, maybe around 6 pages, so please kindly hold your smile, your best smile, all right? Okay. For the first page, ready? 1, 2, 3. Hold on. The second page. 1, 2, 3. Hold on. The next page. 1, 2, 3. The next page. 1, 2, 3. All right. The next one. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Media team, do we have a good documentation? I hope so. Okay, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. This workshop wouldn't be possible without the help and support by Ministry of Environmental and Forestry, National Agency for Disaster Management, Meteorological, Climatological, and Geophysical Agency, and the Indonesian Academy of Science. And for the academic sites are Faculty of Mathematics and Science, IPB University, the Indonesian Academy of Science, CIMEO Biotrop, Indonesian Agricultural Meteorological Association, Agrometeorology Student Association, IPB University. And for media partners, Generasi Hijau Indonesia, Kresa.id, Piarea Teknologi Investama, and Sejuta Cita. And this international workshop organized by the Center for Disaster Studies, the Institute of Research and Community Empowerment of IPB University, and co-organized by Piarea Environment and Technology, Southeast Asia Regional Center for Tropical Biology, CIMEO Biotrop. Thank you so much for attending the international workshop with this theme, mainstreaming loss and damage among ASEAN countries. Congratulations to all of the awardees. Okay, we have had productive, inspiring time together, and this event is about to come to the end. But before that, I have announcement that maybe later we have a door prize. So someone of you maybe will contact by the committee. Okay. I hope you have found the presentation on this workshop are informative and helpful. May all of you have a great day, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank
Terima
you,
kasih ya
all
semua.
speakers.
Thank you.
Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Mark.
Terima kasih.
Thank you, Mas Wira.
Terima kasih.
Assalamualaikum, thank you. Terima
Waalaikumsalam, Mas Wira.
kasih.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih banyak semuanya.
Terima kasih banyak. Thank you all participants.
Thank you.
Salam dari Jambi.
Salam kembali Pak dari Bogor.
Thank you, Ikrom.
Thank you,
Semoga
Mark.
ke depan ada kegiatan di 4 taman nasional di Jambi.
Siap.
Untuk biodiversity.
Hopefully, Pak. Nah,
mulai dari upland sampai ke lowland.
Sure. Insyaallah.
Oke ya, bye. Terima kasih semuanya.
Baik, terima kasih Pak Dr. Asmaji.
Ya. Salam.
Terima kasih.
MC Regina, salam.
Terima kasih
Mirip
banyak.
sama anak saya, namanya Regina Wulandari.
Terima kasih banyak, Pak.
Terima kasih Pak Zulhamsyah.
Rangkul kawanmu ikut denganku. Ibu pertiwi tak butuh basa-basi, mulailah dari diri sendiri. Hidup, 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 hidup. Reboisasi, tanam kembali, aforestasi, hutan berdiri. Sampah berada pada tempatnya, itulah orang yang bijaksana.
Tengoklah rumah kita, Indonesia yang bagai surga dunia. Hijaunya khatulistiwa, mari jaga sampai nanti. Dinginkan
Hei kawan, lihatlah lingkungan kita semua, macam ragamnya. Ada berbagai warna di mana-mana, namun tak semua itu indah. Itu sampah, itu penebang liar semua, tampak mengerikan. Jangan sampai kita menutup mata, karena ini bumi kita. Yo semua, mulai reboisasi, jaga habitat di hutan, terapkan sistem tebang pilih atau tebang tanam lagi, taruh sampah pada tempatnya, jangan buat alam nangis lagi. Tak lihat kakau tumpukan sampah membunuh penuhi sungai kita. Tak lihat kakau api membara membakar hutan-hutan kita. Di mana letak sadar manusia, tahukah mata kita yang terbuka? Padamkan api, jangan bakar hutan lagi, jagalah hutan, buat bumi hijau kembali, padukan sampah dan jernihkan sungai kami untuk negeri bersih dan bebas polusi. Di mana letak sadar manusia, kau buka mata kita akan terbuka. Padamkan api, jangan bakar hutan kami, jagalah hutan, buat bumi hijau kembali, padukan sampah dan jernihkan sungai kami untuk negeri bersih dan bebas polusi.
Lihatlah indahnya Indonesia, alam dan isinya harus kita jaga. Hutan, gunung, lautan, flora, fauna, rupawan, mari bersama kita lestarikan. Oh, 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 bersama menjaga kehidupan alam kita, bersama membawa masa depan untuk Indonesia.
jaga lingkungan kita. Rangkul kawanmu ikut denganku. Ibu Pertiwi tak butuh basa-basi, mulailah dari diri sendiri. Hidup, 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 hidup. Reboisasi, tanam kembali. Aforestasi, hutan berdiri. Sampah berada pada tempatnya, itulah orang yang bijaksana.